gathering, I want the Toastmasters meeting, I want the Toastmasters promise recited. So the Zoom master, if you can project that, let's take it. Toastmasters promise. While we are waiting, that's a true story. In a Toastmasters meeting, while serving as the sergeant at arms, I was asked to take the Toastmasters promise, and I wasn't with the Toastmasters promise behind the lectern. And the general evaluator said that day that as the sergeant at arms for this club, why wouldn't you have this memorized? So I was forced to memorize that. How many of us on call today have memorized the Toastmasters promise? With a show of hands, if you've memorized the Toastmasters promise. So we have a lot of guilty people on call. All right, I see VPM, Reginald. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and take it. I don't see that coming up. So we're just going to go ahead and take it. So feel free to, I'll take the first one, you take the second. And here it goes. Zoom Master, please, let's bring that up. As a member of Toastmasters International and my club, I promise to attend club meetings regularly. Who's going to go next? Somebody, Toastmasters, come on. Aha. To prepare all of my projects to the best of my ability, basing them on the Toastmasters education program. Who's going to go next? So this is a call to action for everyone on call. Memorize the Toastmasters promise. To prepare for and fulfill meeting assignments. So somebody should take the next one. Unmute and take the next one.
Members with helpful, constructive evaluations.
Thank you. The next one.
To help the club maintain the positive, friendly environment necessary for all members to learn and grow.
All right. The next person.
Serve my club as an officer when called upon to do so.
Thank you so much. The next person.
To treat my fellow club members and our guests with respect and courtesy.
All right, next person.
To bring guests to club meetings so they can see the benefits Toastmasters membership offers.
All right, next person.
To adhere to the guidelines and rules for our Toastmasters education and recognition program.
All right, next person.
To act within Toastmasters' core values of integrity, respect, service, and excellence during the conduct of all Toastmasters activities.
All right, thank you so much. You were all so lovely and fantastic and elite. Oh, okay. I'm trying to get more, but we don't have more right now. So thank you so much. We'll be going ahead to start proper. The Zoom Master, let's have the bio of our able hosts. The chair for the training committee, an able leader to take us on opening remark. Then we start proper. But before we do that, the Zoom Master, just get ready for us. Before we do that, I'll be introducing myself. I am Toastmaster Abdul Hakim Adeza Abdul Karim. I'm first of all a Toastmaster and a whole lot more. I am, all right, thank you so much. First of all, a Toastmaster, a member of ASU Rockstars Toastmasters Club here in Abuja. If you're ever in Abuja, endeavor to visit ASU Rockstars Toastmasters Club. And this morning, I have the privilege to be holding or to be moderating this with a co-moderator and a ebullient, a bubbling person that I will be calling right now to introduce herself. Please, Toastmaster Josephine, you have the virtual stage. Let's meet you.
Thank you very kindly, the delightful Toastmaster Abdul Karim, for the warmth of your introduction. Jolly, 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 good morning, wherever you're joining us from. Jolly, good afternoon, jolly, good evening, fellow Toastmasters. Do we have guests on the call? I don't think so. Thank you very much for making yourself available to be here today to learn. And thank you too very much, Toastmaster Abdul Karim, for the warm introduction. You just beautifully set the tone for today's meeting, today's training with so much energy. My name is Josephine Agolo, the co-founder of Mommy J Stores and online stores, and also a member of, let's say, a charter member of Lento Toastmasters Club, a member of Victoria Bake Toastmasters Club, and also a member of Magic Mind Toastmasters Club. I love to dance. I love to sing. The thing that I love mostly is to shop. I love shopping. I can close my eyes and just be shopping. Thank you very much. It's good to be here today, and it's a pleasure to be serving alongside Toastmaster Abdul Karim as the core moderator for today's event. Thank you very much, everyone, for choosing to invest your time in your leadership journey, because every hour we dedicate to learning today will ultimately be reflected in the quality of leadership we provide to our clubs tomorrow. And it's back to you, Toastmaster Abdul Karim.
Thank you so much, Jolly Toastmaster Josephine. Who else to be moderating this with except you? I love the energy. Thank you so much. Just to add to it, I mean, her bio was almost oppressing me. I had 3 different clubs. 3. I'll be like you when I grow up. All right, thank you so much. So at this point, let's move to the next. Let's just see the agenda of what we'll be doing today. The next slide, please. And if we can blow it up so it's in slide mode. So there will be opening remarks from distinguished Toastmaster Nduke. Then we'll have the trainings for 40 minutes. Trainers, take note that you have 30 minutes to conduct your training, 5 to 10 minutes for question and answers, the engagement, introduction, and all of that. So let's endeavor to maintain the allotted time. We'll be taking building a healthy team, quality meetings, marketing. There will be break intermittently for 10 minutes, but don't log off and don't come back. We will engage ourselves during the break period. Then we'll discuss the club success plan, pathways and education. Then officially the closing remarks for today. So let's go ahead and start. Let's meet the person that will be giving us the opening remarks today. Can we blow this up so we have a full screen for the presentation? So for the opening remarks, let's make welcome Nduke Usoro, a distinguished Toastmaster, who is a leadership advocate, a banker, a financial consultant, and a customer service specialist with over 2 decades of professional experience. She joined Toastmasters in the year 2019. That's 7 years now. It's no joke. And has served in several leadership roles. She currently serves as the chair, Education and Training Committee for District 130. Guided by the enduring values of faith, hope, and love, she's passionate about helping individuals discover their potential and become a better version of themselves. It is by William H. Johnson. With a virtual round of applause, let's make welcome to the virtual stage, distinguished Toastmaster Nduke Usoro. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Toastmaster Adiza, the African guru, for your gracious introduction. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on the part of this planet you are operating from. Distinguished Toastmasters, fellow leaders, esteemed facilitators, I'm pleased to welcome you to the District 130 Makeup Club Officers Training. I would say thank you for making that decision to invest in your leadership journey by being here today. Maybe you're attending because you missed your Division Club Officers Training, or because you simply want to reinforce your knowledge. I say you have made the right choice. Leadership, I would say, it's not defined by never missing an opportunity. It's defined by recognizing opportunities to learn, grow, and continued improvement. This session presents one of those opportunities. As club officers, you're entrusted with the responsibility of shaping the experience of every member of your club. Those days in social studies, we would hear that family is the bedrock of the society. When it comes to Toastmasters International, the club is the bedrock. If we get it right in the club, we get it right every aspect and every cadre we move to. So the quality of your leadership at the club level directly influences our membership engagement, our club excellence, and it's ultimately the success of our District 130. And because we have other members from other districts, so of course you're attending this club officers training means that you're working towards the success of your district. The knowledge and skills you will gain today, they are tools that will help your club thrive throughout the Toastmasters year. So what I encourage us today is to be fully present. Ask those questions. I want active participation. Share your experiences and please take notes. Our facilitators, I would say we got the best hands for you. They've generously committed their time and expertise to ensure you leave this session better equipped to serve your clubs with confidence and excellence. So I say thank you, our facilitators, for answering the call to serve, and to every participant for choosing continuous learning over convenience. So I officially declare this club officers training open. As our leaders come on board, we would have the opportunity to introduce them to us, and they would get to take on the floor to say hello to us. This training is officially open. Let's enjoy ourselves and enjoy the moderators. You have the floor, the duo of Toastmaster Josephine Agolo and Toastmaster Abdul Karim Adiza. Take the floor.
Right. Thank you so much. So much energy. There you have it. The training has been declared open. And we're going to have fun. So in the chat box, I want to know what exactly are you looking out for today? So let's drop it in the chat box. What are your expectations for this training? Just drop something. Before we move on, drop something so we can get started. Drop something. DTM Nduke said something, and that sounded right. She said the African guru. I tried so well, so much to ensure that that sticks within the Toastmasters community. And some way, somehow, it's catching grounds, right? So if in your space, you want to thrive, you want to put your skills to good use and make money from it, I am your go-to. That's part of the story behind the African guru. So we'll get there. Inspiration. So someone wants to learn how to manage a growing club. That's one. Let's have more. Let's have about 2 more, then we can get started properly. To learn how to manage a growing club. From the President Ganye Gardens. Let's have more. Let's have more. We don't have expectations. Come on. I'm sure there are lots of expectations. To learn to lead from VP Sigi. Thank you so much. Learn about club success plan and pathways. That's another powerful one. Thank you so much. So all our role players on call, that includes me, endeavor to retitle your name so we know how to address you. I will do that now. So let's endeavor to do that. I will be calling on my co-moderator, the beautiful, the elegant, the powerful, the energetic Toastmaster Josephine, to invite our first trainer. Over to you, Toastmaster Josephine.
Yes, thank you very much, Toastmaster Abdul Karim, for all that you've been doing so far. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jolly good morning once again, distinguished Toastmasters, esteemed club officers, leaders and every participant joining us from different clubs across our district. And I can see another district joining us today. You are most welcome. Thank you very much. So everyone joining today, it's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you once again for investing your time to learning. Before we continue this, let's do a quick check-in. If you're excited to learn something new today, please type ready on the chat channel. Ready, R-E-A-D-Y. Ready. On the, I can see my moderator, he is ready. I can see Toastmaster. Oh, the ready just called me. I can see Ayodele. I can see my DTM Munduke. I can see Shehu. I can see Elizabeth. Thank you very much. We are ready. Let's keep that energy throughout the training, because I believe that today's conversation will not only challenge us, but also equip us to become stronger leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, I tell you that every remarkable Toastmasters Club has a story behind its success. When you look closely, you often discover that the story wasn't written by one exceptional leader. It was written by a team that trusted, a team that communicated openly, a team that remained committed even when things became difficult. And that brings to mind a question that I would like each of us to reflect on. Now, think about your executive committee. Not the one you wish you had, though, because some of us say, I wish my president was Toastmaster John. This work would have been very easy. I wish my president was distinguished Toastmaster Uduke. This work would have been very easy. But the one you currently served with, you are currently serving with since July 1st. If you could strengthen just one thing before the end of the Toastmasters year, what will it be? Reflect about it as we go. Is it communication? Is it trust? Is it accountability? Is it support? Or perhaps listening? Dear friends, you don't need to answer that question aloud, but you are encouraged to answer that question honestly for yourself, because healthy teams are never built by chance. They are what? Built intentionally. And that is precisely where we begin our learning journey this morning. Our foremost facilitator is a member of Seaside Toastmasters Club and has been a Toastmaster since 2012. Can someone do the mathematics? This individual has been here. Professionally, he's a trainer and public speaking coach who is passionate about helping people become better communicators and even effective leaders. You don't want to miss out on his every Friday trainings on how to ace any role at Toastmasters meetings. Beyond Toastmasters, he enjoys reading, playing volleyball, dancing. Man, this guy can dance. I've encouraged him to start a Toastmasters dancing class because I love to dance. Watching movies and meeting new people. Distinguished Toastmasters, it's my pleasure to introduce to you the facilitator for our first session, Building a Healthy Teams. With your favorite emoticon, please join me in welcoming warmly Toastmaster John Onumia.
Thank you so much, Toastmaster Josephine. Good morning, fellow Toastmasters. Good morning, leaders.
Good morning.
Welcome, everyone. If you have been a member of Toastmasters for more than 2 years, please, can you type yes in the chat box? More than 2 years, type yes. If it's less, type no. More than 2 years, type yes. If it's less, type no. Let me see what we have here. We're seeing a number of yeses and some no's. When I joined Toastmasters, I was a member of Seaside as one of the charter members, and that year I became the secretary. Meanwhile, there were people that had been there for more than 2 years. They had a lot of experience. Now imagine some people joining immediately and becoming officers, and those that had been there for a long time becoming officers. Our knowledge, completely different. Our expectations, completely different. And that's why it's important to form a very healthy team. And that is the objective of today's training, to help you form a collaborative, a cohesive, and a comfortable executive team. Please, would you stop sharing so that I can share my slides? Moderator, thank you so much. We are going to be looking at the trait of... Who is speaking?
I will not mind friend.
Please, can we mute our devices if we are not speaking? Thank you so much. We are going to be looking at traits of a healthy team, as well as building trust. The goal is that by the time we are done, you are going to be able to identify the 5 traits of a healthy team. You're going to be armed with the tools to analyze your team's current state and use that to develop a plan to improve. You're going to be armed with the tools to identify the behavioral styles of each team member. And finally, should you follow the things that you've already done before this, you're going to be able to create a healthy team. Please type in the chat box, when you think or hear the word healthy team, what word or thoughts come to mind? Type it in the chat box. When you hear this phrase, healthy team, what word or thought comes to mind? Thank you. Cooperative, a team that works well among themselves. Yes. The rest of us, harmony, whole, absolutely. Collaboration, empathetic team, growth mindset. Thank you so much for that. Now, when we hear the word unhealthy team, what word or thought comes to mind? Let's type that in the chat box as well. Unhealthy team, disagreement, absolutely. Disorganized, silos, arrogance, division, unserious, absolutely. Conflict, thank you so much. Lack of cooperation, you are correct. We understand what it means to either have a healthy team or an unhealthy team. For your club to be successful, dear leaders, it is your responsibility to build a healthy team. And to do that, you need to understand exactly where you are at the moment. As a consequence, I'll encourage us to look in the chat box. Let me repost that for those that may have missed it. I'm posting a workbook in case you did not get the workbook for this segment. So we're going to look at a few pages and go through the exercise. So I'm posting a workbook. Please try and download this workbook. It's going, for those that saw the previous one, you can get that. Otherwise, the one I just put in now should be available any second. Get the workbook and let's go to page 3 of the workbook. I'm going to share that now. Get the workbook and we're going to page 3. We want to assess where we are at the moment. I'm going to display it here so that we can also view. You are going to be doing it where you are. Whoever is timing, please, can you put 5 minutes on the clock when I tell you to do so? You're going to put 5 minutes on the clock when I tell you to do so. I'm going to take this workbook to page 3. If you've downloaded it, please go to page 3. Those of you that have downloaded the workbook, please go to page 3, wherever you might be. And let me share the screen so that we can all see it. This is what you have on the workbook. You're going to be assessing your team, exactly where you are. Number 1, team members are passionate and unguarded in their discussion of issues. We are new to this. We just finished 1 month. You may not know your team very well, but based on your current experience, answer these questions to the best of your ability. Once again, number 1, team members are passionate and unguarded in their discussion of issues. If it's usually, you put a 3. You give yourself 3 points. If it's sometimes, you give yourself 2 points. If it's rarely, you give yourself 1. And you do that for every single question in this team assessment. There are 15 questions. And afterwards, you will see that you have healthy trait 1, trust, healthy trait 2, healthy conflict. It goes on for the 5 traits. And the statement numbers will be there. Statement 4, if you gave it 3, 2, or 1, you write the number there. Statement 6, if you gave it 3, 2, or 1, you write the number there until you conclude this and you add them up. 15 questions, please, let's do that. Timer, please put 5 minutes on the clock. And once that's up, we're going to come back regardless of where you may be at that moment. For those of you that understood what I said, please start doing this exercise and we'll come back after the time minutes done. Anyone that is confused, please, you can raise your hand and ask questions now. If you're confused about what I just told you to do, please raise your hand and ask questions now while others are engaging in the exercise. Answer those 15 questions and allocate points to those traits. Yes, Toastmaster Esther, please go ahead. What's your question?
Sorry, do we answer it inside the workbook?
You can answer it inside the workbook, or if you have a notebook, because you can't answer it on the screen, you can do that as well.
Okay, it's just the first part of the questions.
1 to 15, and then the traits. Allocate those points for the 5 traits. Does anyone else have a question? You can raise your hand. While that is going on, moderator, can you give us some background music, but let it be low, please? And if anyone has a question, raise your hand and you can ask your questions. Moderator, just give us low background music while they are attending to this. We have 4 minutes and 30, and everyone, we are now done. Thank you so much, our timer. Let me ask, you can give me a thumbs up if you were able to conclude the exercise. It's not something you have to finish now. Oh, thank you so much. Yes, at least I see a few people that were able to do that. We just started. We just started our tenure for this office. As a consequence, we don't really know each other. But this is something that we're going to repeat later on. And I highly encourage that we do so, because this is going to let us know more about our teams. We looked at 5 traits there. Now we're going to dive deeper into those traits. And what is the first trait? Trust. Trust. To build a healthy team, you need vulnerability-based trust, where you get to a level that you can accept your weaknesses and your teammates' strengths. But it must start with the leader, the president. If there are presidents in this training, please note that when you're able to build this, show this, be vulnerable, accept your weaknesses and other strengths, it makes it easier for your teammates to do the same. So please, you must take leadership where this is concerned. Beyond trust, what other traits is there? Healthy conflict. Note, there are 2 major types of conflict: destructive conflict and constructive conflict. What's destructive conflict? Destructive conflict is what we'll usually see as arguments, that don't lead to any form of resolution. They lead to antagonism. It makes things chaotic in your team. What is constructive conflict? This is the type of discussion, even if you term it argument, that leads to resolution. It can be very passionate. It's focused on the topic at hand. To have that type of conflict, you need to hone your active listening skills. You need to want to listen to the other party, and it's something that is very good for a team to have. Note, even if you have destructive conflict, it can be beneficial as well. And how can it be beneficial? When you resolve destructive conflict, your team will now be aware that even if they face that in the future, they can overcome it. It helps the team get closer together. Now, let me ask, type in the chat box, how do you think you can encourage healthy conflict on a team? Please type it in the chat box. How do you think you can encourage healthy conflict in a team? How do you think you can encourage healthy conflict in a team? Let's type our responses in the chat box. By not being biased and listening to both parties, absolutely. Don't be biased, listen to both parties. Anyone else, how can you encourage healthy conflict in team? Invite members for an open discussion, yes. Encouraging everyone to openly share their opinions by having an open policy on communication. Show you are also human, absolutely. Get to know your team members, encourage people to speak. These things encourage healthy conflict. Having dispassionate conversations, not taking sides, yes, these are all correct in ensuring we have healthy conflict. What other traits do we have? Commitment. Please note that all these traits build upon one another. The foundation of trust is what can lead to healthy conflict. And then when you have healthy conflict, you can now have commitment. There are two aspects to look at here. One, buy-in. And it's easy for team members to buy in when they feel they've been heard. When you had the healthy conflict and people were allowed to voice their opinions, even if the decision made is not theirs, they are more willing to buy in. And the second part is clarity. When things are clear, it's easier to be committed to the decision. Whenever we have our meetings, leaders, please make sure that people have a consensus and that any decision made is clearly written down. And let me say this, for those that have the privilege of being here, you don't have to answer in the chat box right now, but have you written down your responsibilities as executive officers and have you signed them? If you have not done this, if this sounds foreign to you, I highly encourage that you write them down, you sign them, and your teammates have access to them. Why is this important? It's important because of the next step, accountability. For the president in the house, to have your teammates be accountable, you need to set the tone for them. If you are accountable to your team, others will also be able to follow your leadership. And it's easy to be accountable when it's clear what your responsibilities are. All the previous steps lead up to this. And what will accountability lead to? Results, team results. Let me ask, please type in the chat, what tools do we have that will enable us achieve our team results? Please type in the chat box. What tools do we have as executive club members to help us achieve our club results? One of those tools we're going to cover here today, not during this training, later on, to give you a hint for those that have not thought about it. What tools do we have to help us achieve our club results? Let's type in the chat box. Thank you, DCP Goals. What tools do we have to help us achieve our club results? CSP, excuse me, Club Success Plan. Absolutely. Yes, commitment will lead us to that. But the tools are the ones that clearly articulate what the club is trying to achieve. The Club Success Plan, our DCP, these things are going to help us. Whenever we are sidetracked or confused, just refer to it. When we go through the Club Success Plan later, you'll understand how much it will help the club achieve the goals. They have to be clear, and you need buy-in from all members on your team. These are the 5 traits of a healthy team. If you work on these traits, you are most likely going to have a very healthy team. Now, let's focus on that foundational aspect, building trust. What does a team that builds trust look like? A team that has trust, what does it look like? A team that has trust, what does it look like? What does a team that has trust look like? Let's type in the chat box. A team that has trust. And while we're chatting, let me share this story. Many years ago, when we were trying to get executive officers to take up the next mandate, as usual, it was open for everyone. For the position of Vice President Education, usually, if it's not your first time, thank you, confident, the team is confident. If it's not your first time, we probably have a good idea of who is going to take up that position because it's a lot of work and people tend to grow into it. Successful and happy, absolutely. Teamwork, thank you. Now, we had an idea in my club of who was going to take up that position. We all felt this is the person that would definitely take up the position. But somebody else, for whatever reason, was so excited that she prepared this riveting manifesto. So much so that more people voted for her than for the person we thought should take up the position. Fellow Toastmasters, when she took up that position, I don't think it lasted up to 1 month. She was unreachable. We had no idea what was going on. People called her, we sent messages. She was not showing up for meetings. She may read your message, but she was not there. After she no longer showed up and the person we thought should take it up, took it up, something changed in our club. For that specific position, we generally would not let, or at least for those that experience what they experienced before, most likely we're going to vote more for somebody that already had the experience. Why? Because it was a lot harder for us to trust somebody that was new to take up the position if we did not see the experience they had. And that is a major issue. For many of us, especially for the newer members, this is the first time you're working with your team. And if you have never worked with the people you're working with now, trust is extremely difficult to build. And what is a way that we can build trust? Something that is really powerful is getting to know each other. And now I'm going to let us go back to the workbook. We're not going to answer this. You can type in the chat box, but I want us to go to page 9 of the workbook. Let me just share this. Page 9 of the workbook. On page 9, you'll see that it asks us certain questions, and I'm going to read them now. Yes, building trust. Go down to your personal histories exercise on page 9 of the workbook. First one is, where did you grow up? The next question is, do you have any pets? Now, as I said, we're not going to answer this here. You need to go back and engage with your team members and start knowing where they grew up, knowing personal information, because the more we know someone, the closer we get to them. And I'll just share my own story. I was born in Port Harcourt, and if I mention anywhere that you were born perhaps, or you visited, or you're living, you can give me a thumbs up or just type yes in the chat box. I was born in Port Harcourt. From Port Harcourt, we moved to Makurdi. From Makurdi, we moved to Jos. From Jos, we moved to Lagos, where we are living right now. And in Lagos, I attended school in Kwara State. It's interesting because when I share this story with people, some people will hold on to the Port Harcourt part. The DTM might be one of those people. Some will hold on to the Lagos part, like my wife that I met in Lagos. Some will hold on to the fact that I was in Jos at some point. But without knowing this information, we feel as though we are more distant than we actually are. The more you get to know personal information, the more you get to connect with people. Something as simple as where I was born, or did I grow up with pets? I've had many dogs in my lifetime. I think we've had over 7 dogs growing up for the dog lovers here. Simple, almost innocuous information can really help start building trust when you see others as people. A lot of the things that we may otherwise have assumed, we don't assume those things anymore because we can now connect with them. When you don't know people, there's what's called the fundamental attribution error. And what's that? The fundamental attribution error is our tendency to, unfortunately, imbue more internal characteristics to people's behavior. And I'll give you an example. I am big on time. I'm huge on time. I want things starting early, ending early. As a consequence, if the beautiful Toastmaster Josephine is on my team and she shows up for this training 10 minutes late, because she's new to my team, I don't know her. My assumption is she has terrible character. How can she show up 10 minutes late? Meanwhile, if I were to show up 15 minutes late, I would say, obviously, I had issues. I had to attend to my daughter. She was ill. I had to attend to a very important phone call. This fundamental attribution error is something that we do a lot of, which is why it's important that we create time to know our team members. We can give them the benefit of the doubt. We can treat them as being human. We can prevent us from judging them too quickly. These seem like simple things, but they go a very, very long way, fellow Toastmasters. So while we may not be able to do it here because our entire team is not here, later on, let us make the time to get to know one another at a deeper level. This is very, very important. Now let's continue. Yes, let's continue our building a healthy team. We'll segue to building trust. Trust, as I said, is the foundation. And I want us to look now at the behavioral traits. It's also on the workbook. And this one, we are going to take the time to do it. When you get to know one another as team members, it's also important to know how we operate. There are models that tell us about this. And at this moment, we're going to look at the DISC model. The DISC model It's something that is going to tell you how you operate, and you need to do it later as a team. Unfortunately, I was given only 30 minutes, so this is going by really, really quickly. I would have loved that we had more time to attend to this, but it's okay. We'll do the best with what we have. Now, in your workbook, those of you that have downloaded it, please go to page 10. Go to page 10 of your workbook, Behavioral Style Assessment. Let me quickly explain how this is to work. Behavioral Style Assessment. I believe we can see this at this point. What we're to do, from each pair of statements below, select the one that is most true for you. Every statement has a pair attached to it. Select the one that is most true for you. The first pair, I'm usually open to getting to know people personally and establishing relationships with them. The second one, I'm not usually open to getting to know people personally and establishing relationships with them. Tick one for you. The one that is closest, some people may say, I feel I am both. Whichever one is more like you, please tick that one. I'll read the second one. I usually act slowly and deliberately. I usually react quickly and spontaneously. You might say sometimes. Which one overrides the other? Just tick it. So quickly go through all of them. We have quite a number. We have a total of 36. Thank you so much, timer. You should be paid extra money for being so diligent in doing your job. We have 36. It should not take much time. Just tick them. And then once you are done, this is the important part. You are going to come down to DISC and tick whichever one applied to you earlier. If earlier you ticked 4, then you tick 4 here. If earlier you ticked 7, you tick 7 here, and continue that way. We are going to be back when our time is up. Timer, please, I hope it's 5 minutes you're putting on the clock for this. Please put 5 minutes so that it does exactly what it did before. Anyone that has questions on that, please raise your hand right now. If you have questions while the others are working on that, please raise your hand and we'll attend to your question. I think it was clear. There are 2 pairs of statements. Read each pair. Whichever one is closer to what you're like, how you would respond, tick it. These are not jam questions. You're not doing it for any job interview. It's for you. Tick them and move on. Please note, the essence of what we're doing is not for this training. It's for after the training in your team. That is where the work is going to take place. You need to get to know one another. The better you know one another, the easier it is for you to build a healthy team. And if you don't know one another, you are going to have conflicts. We are going to be back in 4 minutes and about 27 seconds. Our host, please low music until we are back. If you have people with the different traits, you have a better idea of how to work with them when you understand their behavioral traits. Once again, I'm reiterating the fact that later, that's when you need to do this exercise as a team. The best type of team to have, by the way, is a diverse team. Here, we did not get the opportunity of testing everyone's behavioral trait before we formed a team. But now that we've formed the team, we can figure out who they are. Building trust is one of the best things you can do to start building a healthy team. But you need to ensure that you are intentionally working on that. The leader has to be the one to set the example so that others will follow that example, and it's going to cascade to the other elements. Understand how your team members operate so that you know how to work better with them. When I initially joined, there were a number of dominance traits individual. They were focused strictly on handling the problem. Meanwhile, the people that wanted to focus on people, they may not have seen things eye to eye. If they simply took that extra time to understand the nature of their team member, it would have been a much healthier team. So the challenge for each of us is to understand that our responsibility as leaders is to ensure that we build a healthy team by doing what? Building trust, having healthy conflict, embracing commitment, ensuring that we are accountable, and that ultimately we achieve the team's results. No one here is self-centered. No one here is playing any form of politics. And that will come from clarity as well as buy-in, following this stand. The work is going to happen outside of this environment, fellow Toastmasters and my leaders. But if you put the work in, it's absolutely going to be worth it. I have tried my best to respect my moderator's request to stick close to 30 minutes. So we have the opportunity to maybe expand certain areas in the 7 minutes that we have left. Does anyone have any questions? We could not touch on all exercises. I believe you all have the workbook. If you don't have the workbook, let me know so I can repost it and you get it and you can use that to go through everything and more of what was shared this morning. If you have questions, please raise your hand or send a message to the chat box if there's anything you want us to expand on within 6 minutes. And if you want the workbook to be sent again to the chat box, please let me know. Okay, let me repost the workbook. Does anyone have questions while I am going to repost the workbook right now?
Okay. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you very much, Toastmaster John, for that riveting explanation of that presentation. It was quite practical, very, very insightful. Thank you very much. While others are trying to get a question to ask you, I would like to say that you just reminded us that successful clubs are built not simply because talented people actually came together. They are built because people intentionally chose to build trust, uphold accountability, demonstrate commitment, and dedicate themselves to achieving results. I would say that that is quite insightful. But then, many executive committees, they begin the Toastmasters here with great energy and excitement. However, as the month goes by, communication sometimes become inconsistent. Attendance drop, and the work begin to weaken. From your experience, what is one practical habit every executive committee should establish early in the year to build healthy team culture that lasts beyond the excitement, where everybody's mood is going down? Allah, this work is too much. When is it going to end? What is that one practical habit every executive committee should establish? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that question, Toastmaster Josephine. One of the issues I've seen is that when we start our tenure as executive officers, unfortunately, not many executive committees have plans to meet regularly. And it's more important that this is done at the beginning than later. I remember a year I was part of an executive committee. I'm not sure we met up to twice that year. I'm not sure we did for the entire year. You can lose clarity, you can lose focus, you can be overwhelmed if you are not meeting, because it's in the meeting that the clarity happens, that the momentum continues, that you get the support and you get to understand where people are. And if you want to add food and other things, that's much better, especially if I'm part of your executive committee. I would highly recommend, as I stated, ensure you meet often at the beginning. When the momentum is going smoothly, you can now space out the meeting. But I cannot stress it enough. Meeting regularly, extremely important. Toastmaster Josephine, hopefully that helps some teams in the room.
Absolutely. Meeting often. I could not agree more.
With food,
You just
can
have
add
to
the food
meet.
there.
Yes, with food, I could not agree more. Jollof rice precisely. Maybe if you have some dodo and moi moi. Oh my God, I will always be in that meeting. Thank you very much. It's certainly a practical takeaway for every club. I already see some people laughing. Yes. Any question, you could unmute and ask. I think we have 2 minutes to wrap this up before we move to the next segment. Any question?
While we're waiting, I would like to say, for those here, I'll encourage you to go on Toastmasters International. Toastmasters International has so many resources that unfortunately many of us do not utilize. Some of us are in this room and we have no idea what is expected of us. Meanwhile, we ran for office, 1 month is gone. Ideally, handover should have been done. The executive committee should have held a meeting, but take ownership for your own office and achieving your goal. Go to Toastmasters International, watch the training videos, use the resources, and reach out to others. I'm sure many of you have access to myself, Toastmaster Josephine, and other leaders in the room, but the desire must come from you to want to grow. Now, if you're a president, you do need to take leadership for your entire team, but every executive here present, please utilize the resources available to you to ensure that you become your best and exceed your expectation by the time this 1 year, now 11 months, run out. Mr. Josephine, over to you.
What a way to wrap this up. And I would say, by the end of this year, after you have absorbed, you have utilized all that have been said today, including the resources inside Toastmasters International dashboard, you just cannot become nothing less but the best version of yourself. Thank you very much, Toastmaster Joy. Please, let's give him a rousing round of applause. The applauses are not coming. It's not easy. It's not easy. It's not easy. That was very, very practical. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes. You people did not ask questions. I will ask you a question. And I want to see answers swiftly, just 1 second or 5 seconds. What is one lesson from this session that you can begin applying at your very next executive meeting? What is that one thing you will apply? Immediately you leave this meeting today, this training today, what is that one thing you would apply? 5 seconds running, 4 seconds, nothing to apply. Perhaps cooking, oh, know more about one another. Thank you so much, Toastmaster Fatima. Anyone else? What is that? I would spend time learning and knowing the club members. Thank you so much, Jasmine. Thank you, thank you. Because information becomes transformation only when we intentionally apply what we have learned. A healthy executive committee gives every club a solid foundation. I cannot overemphasize that. At this point, I would like to hand over to my co-moderator, the foremost African digital guru himself, Toastmaster Abdul Karim, to take us into our next session. You have the spotlight, sir.
What a training. Thank you for that energy, for that value, for all of that. Please, let's keep the emoji and emoticons coming. I see a very beautiful face on call. a beautiful face, a smart, intelligent, diligent leader, our very own program quality director for the district, District 130, in person of distinguished Toastmaster Stella George. I celebrate you. Please, let's appreciate her. Let's welcome her. Use your virtual applause, emoji, emoticons. Let's keep it flying, please. You're welcome, ma. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's been a wonderful session so far, and I'm learning. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Toastmaster Abdul Karim, are you back? Perhaps he's having network glitch. Let's give him 30 seconds to join in. If not, I'll take it up from there.
That is going on, but my device just logged me out, so I would continue, but let me just introduce the next person before I move on. All right, so thank you so much. We talked about building a healthy team, and our next training will be looking at quality club meetings. We all know that the quality of a meeting will determine if the guests and your Toastmasters and your members will come back. We've had members that did not renew their dues because they felt there's no value for renewal. I'm done.
To take us
right. Okay. Can we hear?
Okay, wait, it's going off and on. Toastmaster Abdul Karim.
All right, just take it over. Let's start this.
Okie dokie then. Yes. So take us through quality club meetings. Club quality, you cannot overemphasize that. You don't want people to come to your club, especially guests, and you don't see the reason why they should become part of your club. They are not serving quality. This individual today will help us understand or give us the know-how on how to organize quality club meetings. I like to call him the Zig DTM. He's one of my favorite persons in the whole wide world, just like my children will say, in the whole wide world. He's an energy and project professional. He's a member of the Oil City Speakers Club and is on the persuasive influence path. A past division director, a past district project management, and a webmaster. His favorite hobbies are watching football and experimenting with music. He likes to call himself a body DJ. And his favorite quote is, "Where you are born." I love this quote so much. It's never as important as where and as words is born in you. It's his personal quote. The quote by Chuks Wambweze. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Toastmasters and guests, no guest on the call. I'm just so familiar with using guests. Join me as a welcome to the spotlight with your favorite emoticon, our second facilitator for today, the very distinguished Toastmaster Chuks Wambweze.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. My red leader, Toastmaster Josephine Agolo. It's a pleasure to be here today. Greetings, Toastmasters, from our very precious, outstanding District 130, the best district in the world. And from our wonderful friends from many other districts across. I see so many names from different districts across the world. It's lovely to have you all join us today. And it's a pleasure to be facilitating this session. Greetings to our leaders on the call, our esteemed Programs Quality Director, distinguished Toastmaster Stella George. Greetings to you and my dear own Didi, my personal Didi, DTM Unduke. Really lovely here. I'm using these greetings to settle myself, you can tell. So I'm going to make it public because I'm always just happy when I'm in these sort of meetings, and it's a great opportunity to interact, to share, to learn, more importantly. And that's what makes me happy. Today, we will be talking about quality club meetings. Quality club meetings. I do love a lot of engagement. I do love to see videos. That's why I get tired these days of virtual meetings, but they've come to stay. If not, we'll not be having members of our districts or other districts listening to us today. But as much as possible, I know that there is some bandwidth, pull, and challenge and all of that. But if you can turn on your video, even if it's for a few minutes as we go on in the discussion, I will always appreciate that. If you're doing that, and also, more importantly, if you can respond and keep the engagement going in the chat room or the chat box, that will be equally appreciated by not just me, but everyone who is here, because we all have something to learn from one another. Toastmaster John, thank you for a fantastic session just concluded. I really loved some of the feedback that came from that. I loved where we started, and he asked the question around who has been in Toastmasters for longer than 2 years and below 2 years. We saw the yeses and nos. It just gives you great perspective around what's happening in the room. So it's great to see the mix that is here. Quality club meetings. I will share my screen now and we will get this started. All right. Toastmaster Josephine, please let me know if you see my screen now.
I can see it.
Okay. I know it is not on slide show mode. Let me try and do that. Okay. I just wanted to be sure I could still see videos, and I still see videos. I'm excited. Okay. Even though it's on full screen mode. Quality club meetings. Today, the agenda, what we're trying to achieve here will be to look at the impact of quality meetings on a club. Toastmaster Adeiza, I must say that I respect your dexterity, your resilience, battling against the tide of network, but keeping it on, keeping it going. There's a lot we can learn from that also in delivering club meetings, quality club meetings, and I will come to that. What is a quality club meeting, and how do we deliver quality club meetings? We'll be looking at the objectives where we identify what a quality club meeting is, identify the various elements, the various things that go into preparing quality club meetings, and then develop strategies also to consistently deliver quality club meetings. I want to start here. We did get a reference to it a few minutes ago, and which was a good segue into this theme of this presentation today or this session. People don't renew Toastmasters because of speeches. They renew because of experiences. They always renew because of experiences. People may come through the doors because they want to give a good speech. They want to improve their communication. 90% of the time since I've been in this organization, that's the reason that gets people through the doors. But what keeps people going? What keeps someone coming after 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years? What keeps them going, climbing up the ranks, being of more support to our community? It is because of the experiences. A quick question. Quick show of hands, or rather, maybe I can see better if you type a yes. Have you ever attended a Toastmasters meeting that made you think, I can't wait to come back next week. I can't wait to come back in the next 2 weeks when they'll be having another of these meetings or this type of meeting? Show of hands, no. Type yes in the chat box. Let me see if you've ever experienced that sort of meeting. Yes. Okay, Toastmaster Regina, Josephine, DTM Nduke, Sandrine. Yes, 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 yes. Just 5 of us. We are 50 something on this call. Have you ever attended a meeting that made you say, oh, I'm coming back certainly this time in 2 weeks' time, this time in a week's time when they have this meeting again? Thank you, Toastmaster Banyago of Ganye Gardens, DTM Obong. Lessons. So, okay. Toastmaster IBNA, Madam IPP. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So, a number of us have attended those kind of meetings. Now, have you conversely attended one where it's 20 minutes into the meeting and you're looking at your wristwatch and wondering, wow, we still have 2 hours to go? Type oops in the chat if you've attended that kind of meeting. It's not even 15, 20 minutes into the meeting. You are looking at your clock wondering, when will this meeting finish? Oops, oops, oops. Let me hear that. 3 oopses, if there's a word like that. Toastmaster Ansikak, Toastmaster Deiza, Ebiena, Oluwatimileyin, Toastmaster Olade, Olani, good to see you. Oops, oops, yes. Don't worry, Ganye Gardens people, don't worry. This is not some feedback about Ganye Gardens meeting. I see the banter there, but yeah, so we have all been there. The difference between those 2 types of meetings, the one where you said to yourself, you cannot wait to come back in the next couple of weeks to attend another meeting, and you cannot wait to get out of the doors because you're not even sure what is happening. The difference between those 2 points is quality club meetings. And that's what we're sharing in the next few minutes together. So first of all, we said we wanted to explore the impact of quality club meetings. A few years ago, I attended the Toastmasters Club meeting where there were very few clubs, and I must confess, there have been a few meetings I've attended like this. Is not just one. If I've been around as long as I've been around, and I've seen a few of these type of meetings, but this particular one, there were just a few members around. There were around 7 people. The Toastmaster of the day came in about 10 minutes after the scheduled start of the meeting. He didn't appear even ready for the day. There was no speaker for a manual speech. Evaluators were assigned on the spot. That's an evaluator for even the proposed table topic segment for the meeting. There was no timer. Even when a timer raised his hand up, there was no process to which that timing will be delivered in the course of the meeting. And there was one person who was a guest who was coming into Toastmasters for the first time. This was the person's first experience in Toastmasters or with Toastmasters in any way. Can you predict if that person, that guest, eventually joined that club following that experience? If you think the person joined the club, say yes. If you think the person did not join the club following that experience in that meeting, say no on the chat box. I'm waiting. No. Korede, Toastmaster Korede, Sandrine, Toastmaster Gerben Burns. No. I mean, we can wait for the rest, but the most likely answer we would see consistently is that no, that guest didn't join that club. Neither did the guest join any other club based off that experience they had on that thing. But conversely, I've attended many meetings, but I'll give one example. There are some clubs I love in Nigeria. They give me some great vibes. I'm in town. I have a few minutes, some spare couple of hours on that day. I just want to go there because you get there, it's the same set of people called Toastmasters, but there is an educational program in flow. You have 2, 3, 4, 5, sometimes manual speeches. The energy is great. There's warmth. There are great evaluations. Guests are welcome. They're looking to integrate the guests into how we do things. I mean, there are so many clubs here. Let me not start going over the many names of the ones I'm a big fan of in Nigeria here. What we see there is the converse, the opposite of this, because those guests that are introduced into those kind of settings will almost always come back again. And once they've come back again, the second, the third, the fourth time, they will almost always, more times than not, also become Toastmasters. So that already fits into this next view you are seeing on the screen around the outcomes of quality club meetings. And I love this flip chart because it really exemplifies what we're looking to gain, what we're looking to achieve, where we're looking to end up when we deliver good club meetings consistently. So to ensure that we have happy members. And most times we talk about club meetings or quality club meetings. We say it a lot around guests. But I think it starts from members. VP membership, you want to ensure that your members are happy with the meetings that they are attending, because that's what makes the conversations for renewals easier. A happy member will not be chased from Nigeria to Kafanchan to Ouagadougou to wherever in the world to renew their deals. Even if they do not have the funds to do that, they will be searching fervently for how to make up the funds to do that because they are happy, because they are improving. So quality club meetings have tremendous internal benefits, even beyond the external, inside or rather outside in that we typically tend to emphasize with guests joining. But beyond all of that, we also have leadership emerging, because when people see others in quality club meetings exemplify the things that they want to be like or the roles that they want to grow into, it forces them to also step up. It encourages them rather to also step up and say, oh, I want to be like Toastmaster John. I want to be like TM Stella because the way she delivers this particular role in a meeting, I want to do that. So I'll have to line myself up to start doing that and practicing so I can get as good as that person is. Those are some of the things that quality club meetings give us. Those are some of the outcomes. And overall, at the end of the day, the ultimate thing is that it gives us a strong club. So if we're looking to have a strong club, as club officers today, at the end of our mandate, we want to say at the end of the day, Ganye Gardens is a strong club. Which other club? I haven't seen many club names here. Whatever club you belong to is a strong club. The very root of it, the very fundamental of it, the very foundation of it is quality club meetings. And here, I probably just asked us a question. What do we feel are some of the things that hurt a meeting the most? Just from your experience. I know that there are a few people who responded that they've been in Toastmasters less than 2 years, but this has been here a few months. What are the things that you've seen that you believe hurt a club meeting? And please put this in the chat box, or it takes away from the memory, from the pleasure of a club meeting. What are those things that we have seen? Let's learn from you. I would appreciate if someone can even unmute here I have been talking for a while now. So I'll take a few raised hands. If you want to share something verbally, please raise your hand and let us know. What have you seen in a club meeting that made you go, oh no, that is hurting a meeting or hurting a club because of that happening in a meeting? Anyone? Raise hands. Waiting. Me, I like to call people's names. So if I wait a little and I don't see any hands raised, I'm not even seeing any chat messages. I believe that somebody is typing, but then I want to get at least one comment, and then I'll come back. Fantastic. Starting later than scheduled. Thank you, Toastmaster Josephine. Starting later than scheduled always tends to rub off wrongly or badly on our clubs. And I love Toastmasters because later does not even mean 10 minutes. There are many other places we go to that they start a meeting 10 minutes late and they say, oh, we only started 10 minutes late. It's not that bad. But I love Toastmasters because if you start a meeting 1 minute late, the general evaluator will make a proper fuss about it because those are the standards that we want to hold ourselves up to. Toastmaster Jasmine telling people how they should do their job without offering help. Wow, I absolutely Toastmaster Mansour, Jasmine. And this is especially common with respect to evaluations because we see a lot of evaluations come and say everything that the person has done wrong. Well, I love one of my Toastmasters, my friends, not even outside of Toastmasters. And I think it comes from a popular quote where it says something along the lines of, if people know better, they will do better. So we'll keep doing the things that we know to do today. And then the day we know better, we will do better. Our job as evaluators is to ensure that people know better. And in terms of knowing now, it's not just knowing what to do, it's knowing how to do it, just like Toastmaster Jasmine has indicated there. Uncoordinated meeting, Toastmaster Adeniji, Toastmaster Nkena, Aneke, incomplete role players. This one pinches me. It always pinches me. It pinches to the point that I'm always, oh, why are we here? And what even makes this worse is we have incomplete role players and then we are publicly trying to solve the issue in the meeting. No, we do it in the background. We are texting the people who are in the meeting, the other Toastmasters who are not role players yet and saying, oh, are you in a comfortable place enough to take up the timer for today or the hour counter for today? So great examples, Toastmaster Korede, having troubles with technology and network here. Sometimes we can't do anything about it, but it does hurt the quality of the meeting, quality of personnel and environment. Environment is a critical one these days. Environment, the place we're having the meetings, how comfortable it is for people, for us all to learn and connect, not checking network connectivity before meetings. So thank you all. Again, we're doing this together. So you see the number of things that you have listed, me with my small brain could never have listed that much in terms of the things that drive quality club meetings. So if you look at the very opposite of those are the things that will keep members coming back. So if you look at not checking network connectivity, so if you check network connectivity, like Toastmaster and Sikak is saying, and you're sure that it is balanced, it is good, and it is not when the meeting has started that we're all shouting, can you hear me? Can you hear me? My network is bad, it's glitching. Then we can build quality club meetings. If our meetings are better coordinated, coordination is such an exemplary way to showcase Toastmasters in any meeting. Definitely you get members coming back, and not just members coming back, you get guests also joining. Well done. Thank you, everyone. So we did that together. We now move on. Essentially, quality club meetings will improve member retention. I spent quite some time on this. So it's not just about guests. We will have growth, but we'll also improve member retention. And Toastmasters all over the world, international, member retention is a big deal. If you see some of our reports from the board meetings, you will see that most times we are making more new members than we are renewing, which is a big issue. And quality club meetings is one of the things that help us solve that issue. It encourages members to fill roles. We talked about that, just being exemplary and other people wanting to be like those examples they see before them. And it creates interest for also other club officers. When you get to the end of the mandate, it is not then a struggle to find the next vice president membership, the next vice president education, because you've been a living example of that, and so many other people want to follow in your footsteps as the outgoing person in that particular room. Every meeting is an advertisement for your club, dear Toastmasters, every meeting, and it is an internal and external advertisement. It's an advertisement to ourselves as members, it's an advertisement to guests also. We must always remember that. Let's move on to the second key bucket of our engagement today, which is what is a quality meeting. Initially, I wanted us to do a little breakout room for this, but I'll skip that and let us do that together here. We're just over 50 on the call, and we can work this out together. What is a quality club meeting? How many of us like food? Let's define quality. How many of us like food? If you like food, just say I. Only I, letter I in the chat. I like food. And this time, if I don't see 50, I will call your name and ask you, why don't you like food? What do you eat? Do you eat rocks, sand? What exactly is happening here? Even if you eat rock, sand, that's still food. So, yes, we like food. We like food. We like food. Now, how many of us like good food? G. Type G. If you like good food, it's not just food. Let's just eat. Let's eat so that will be alive. No, you like good food. G. Aha. Okay. Many of us like good food. So a Toastmasters meeting is like a restaurant. Thank you, everyone. We love good food. A Toastmasters meeting is like a restaurant. This your G is making me hungry because now I'm looking for good food. The amount of G's you've put in the chat box. A Toastmasters meeting is like a restaurant. What would make you return to a restaurant? Now, I want feedback on that. We've all gone to eat good food in a restaurant. It doesn't matter whether it's fine dining or Mama Put or Yasaleko or Yamala, whatever. All the places where we see good food locally, internationally, Vapiano. What are those other fancy international restaurants? What is the thing that makes you go back to a restaurant? What keeps you coming back? Toastmaster Sandrine, thank you. Quality of food, the experience. Some places, they don't just serve food. They don't serve food. They serve an entire experience. Even bringing the food to you is with drama. People, waitress makes people go back. Okay, thank you. This was done. So waitress, that's an appeal. That's an appeal, and we'll come back to that. The smile, the kindness of the waiters. Good service, thank you. Toastmaster Sandra, Toastmaster Corey, the professionalism and presentation. Toastmaster Biena, thank you, because it's not just enough for food to be good. It has to be presented well. Because sometimes the way some food is presented, even though it is sweet, is a turn off just the presentation. Tasty meals, ambience, quality of service, hygiene, value for money. Value for money. That's a good one, Toastmaster Corey. The value for money. I don't want to pay $100 for a meal that makes me feel like I've eaten $5 food. No. When I pay $100, they should come with a meal like a royal at 7 kings. So, value for money. Toastmaster Gerben, eat something I wouldn't make myself. Now, thank you. So many great responses. Now, like I said earlier, a Toastmasters meeting is like a restaurant. Can you draw a parallel with all of the things that we have said? All of those great things that we have said will cause us to go back to a restaurant. Can you draw a parallel with what will cause you to go back to a Toastmasters club that you have visited before, to attend the meeting a second time? What in the same light would make you go back there? A few suggestions, please. Let's get that in the chat. And let's share from our communal community of knowledge here. What have you seen? What one great thing have you seen in a Toastmasters meeting that made you look back and go like, yeah, I will go back because of this? Toastmaster John Osele, personnel. So the people, just the way the people are, is a reason why some of us want to go back to a club meeting. We need to talk faster because we are very quick to talk about food. This Toastmasters meeting. Let's talk about it. Okay, I need more. I need a few more. I mean, there's some that are evident. So we saw waitress and waiter earlier on. That's the parallel for that is personnel, like Toastmaster Osele has mentioned. Quality of speeches is almost like quality of the food. So quality of the speeches is the reason why. There are many Toastmasters meetings that I go for just because I know you see the agenda, you see a particular person is speaking, then like, I will be there. It's not a contest, it's a manual speech, but you know the quality of the speaker, and you're like, I will be there because that person is speaking. Vibes. Toastmaster practice vibes. There is a vibe there. You see, you go to meetings where they're shouting, clock it. Oh yeah. We get it. You feel something about it, like you want to be there again. Quality of the coordination, the smooth flow from one aspect to the other, engaging table topics, learning experience. So these things that we are mentioning are the things that begin to help us define quality of club meetings. So you can fill that into the table that you're seeing on my screen, but if we were to do that manually in a breakout room, those are the things that will go in there. Time management, how things are sequenced from one segment to the other, something away from the norms. See, I love this one so much, Toastmasters Adjustment. I'll say a few things about it. One of the great things I've seen about Toastmasters in recent times is the ability to cross-pollinate ideas. So you visit a Toastmasters club, you see something really nice there, you carry it from there, you bring it to your club. When I started attending conferences some 4 years ago, I saw that they used to use these clappers where the clapping was easier and louder, more enthusiastic, more engaging. I go to a club, Emerald Toastmasters in Abuja, and I realized that they now use clappers generally for their meetings. Everyone on the table has a clapper. So we see something great somewhere, we cross-pollinate the idea, we take it to our own club too and implement it there. That's how we grow. That's how we keep improving the quality of our meetings going forward. And very quickly, I'll summarize this segment saying we can do so many things to make a meeting more engaging, more fun. A few years ago, when I first joined Toastmasters, when you talked about table topics, it was about saying, oh, I have table topics today. I have questions 1 to 10. You can pick any number. Let's go. Today, that has evolved tremendously. I see so many fancy things. Someone says, I have 10 trees today. If you pick the name of the tree, I will give you the question that correlates to the tree. This one picks a Iroko tree. This one picks mahogany tree. This one picks orange tree. So much creativity has gone into how we deliver table topics in the last few years. You see a fancy screen, you see a bingo, something rolling, almost like you're in the casino playing one of those, I don't know what the name is, and then wherever the ball stops, that's the question you get for your table topic. So much has evolved. So we can do a variety of things to make a meeting engaging. And my encouragement here is that we should keep picking up the best practices from different clubs around and not be shy of incorporating it into our clubs. As a rule of thumb, in Toastmasters meetings, there are the fundamentals that must always remain in every meeting that we go to. We must always have table topics. We must have evaluations. We must have manual speeches. Those are the very pillars. What must not remain the same is how we deliver on those pillars, the how. The how is always evolving. So with the way we did table topics a few years ago, like I described, it's not how we are doing it today. We're still doing it, but we're doing it in far more dynamic ways. So that how is where we must constantly be open to new ideas that shape how we evolve. Quality is not an accident. It is designed. It is intentional. It is designed. It is intentional. We must never forget that. And we all have a big role to play to work towards delivering quality. I come to the final segment of this now, which is around delivering that quality, And first of all, it's important to note that there's no one thing that can be done to make a meeting engaging, impactful. It takes many things, and it takes a focused team of leaders. Leaders who have a shared vision, a shared goal, and a habit of implementing feedback, not just implementing, seeking out and implementing feedback. That's how we deliver quality club meetings. And there are various different aspects, there are many different aspects to this. There's fostering a culture of excellence, there's meeting member needs, there's conducting smooth and impactful meetings like we've seen in some of the interactions that we've had now and then. There's, like I keep emphasizing, there's member engagement. See, part of quality club meetings is that our members are giving speeches. So let me break this down a bit so it's more practical. You should not have a member in your club, Vice President Education, you should not be a member in your club who has paid dues for 6 months that has not given a speech in 2 months. That's a problem waiting to happen. If a member hasn't given a speech in 2 months, that carries on to 3 months. In 6 months' time, VPN is asking the person to renew the dues, and the person is asking, what am I renewing when I'm not even using it? So the alarm bell should begin to ring from 2 months into that payment period when a member is sitting there not giving any speech, or a month has passed, the person hasn't played any role, not in your club, not in a sister club. We should be springing into action there. Action does not start in September and March. It starts way before that. And all of those things feed into quality club meetings. Let's delve a little deeper, a few more minutes around this concept of quality club meetings. And I'll paint a few scenarios. In scenarios that I've had some personal experience with that caused me to reflect a bit deeply. A Toastmaster or your Toastmaster for the day cancels 1 hour before your meeting. So 1 hour before the meeting starts, it's due to start, the Toastmaster for the day cancels. What will you do about it? I need someone to unmute now and say something, please. This one is not. You can also type in the chat because we don't have the time for everyone to speak. But it'd be good. I really like if one person could because most of us have been in this situation. I'm looking at the names. Toastmaster Adenike Kolawole. I know that you have been here before. I can testify. Toastmaster, I'm not sure if Toastmaster Joy has been there. She's been Toastmaster Jacobo, Toastmaster Ayodele Olani. I know that you have been there. So these are people that I know, and I know that they have been in situations where Toastmaster of the day cancels 1 hour before the meeting is to start. What do you do in those sort of situations? Oh, my DD, 4 role players dropped out.
Can I just briefly answer the question?
Please. Yes, please.
4. Did you say 4 or just the Toastmaster of the day?
1. Toastmaster of the day. Toastmaster of the day. Yes.
Okay. Well, if we have 1 hour, we're very lucky because sometimes they don't just show up. Sometimes they maybe forget or they have bad network and it's impossible to join. So if we have 1 hour, I think there's still hope. So what I would do is to ask the person to please help with a replacement. Sometimes they say, oh, I cannot attend the meeting, but I think I can get you a replacement. So if that works, fine. If it doesn't work, we will try and get a replacement, because once you have a good relationship with a lot of Toastmasters across the district or division, you will always have someone that you can call on when you have emergencies like this. And if all that fails, then another Toastmaster that is seasoned will have to wear more than 1 cap. So sometimes I find out I wear 2 caps or 3 in a meeting. Is not out of place, but we will try and see if we can get a replacement. But then plan B is somebody else wear the cap, maybe 2 caps during the meeting.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Toastmaster Adenike Kolawole, for that. Toastmaster Ronke, thank you for the comment also. Always useful to have a backup, and I like that. Always useful to have a backup. In Toastmaster Adenike's description, that backup could be that one person begins to wear or then plans to wear 2 caps for the meeting. These are scenarios we should always plan for and be prepared for, essentially. One final scenario before I leave here, and this is one I really want to get a comment on. An evaluator gives harsh feedback. Harsh feedback. Feedback that you look at the person they gave the evaluation, this feedback is likely to send the person out of Toastmasters. It's not going to come back for another meeting again. What do you do in that situation as a club officer or as a leader here? An evaluator gives harsh feedback, likely to send the person, so it's feedback that is not necessarily corrective. It's feedback that is likely to send the person away and make the person be like, oh, I'm not coming back here. What would we do in that situation? Let me scroll through my list. Haha. Okay, no. The person I wanted to call is a facilitator. Let me go. I need one hand raised, but otherwise I'm searching through the lists for who I'm going to call. Thank you, Toastmaster Osele. So you moderate the feedback, make it plausible. So try and recook it to make it more edible for the person who has received it. Okay, so for the sake of time, I'll take Toastmaster Osele's response and move on. We need to do something about it because it's not enough to just say, oh, we don't challenge feedback in Toastmasters. And what I would recommend here is Toastmaster Buying says we'll call the speaker afterwards, give them our own evaluation, let them know that the evaluation is a personal opinion of the evaluator and not a general opinion. Thank you. Thank you. That's good. Also speak to the evaluator so that will not carry on. He will not go and cause that same chaos somewhere else or in that same club at some other point. So this is some of the ways that we deliver quality club meetings. I'm just taking little aspects, little scenarios so that we can make it practical rather than going through a few words on a screen. In all of this, we must remember that consistency will always be brilliant. When we talk about club meetings, we must aim to be consistent. And consistency comes with both frequency and quality. So sometimes that is difficult for us to hold club meetings because it's a strain, everybody is tired, 2 weeks have gone, but we're not really prepared. Come hell or high water, we should not be missing club meetings because of any reason. Consistency will always be brilliant, but in that consistency, in terms of frequency, we must continue to build up the quality also. Finally, quality meetings have a significant impact on our club. I've described some of them. We all have described some of the nature of this impact. We've seen it together. While the fundamentals of club meetings will always remain the same, like I've said, you would have table topics, manual speeches, evaluation, the 3 core pillars. How will always change. How we deliver evaluations, how we do table topics, how we do the manual speeches, those will always change. Those are opportunities to continue to improve the quality, especially by cross-pollinating great ideas that we experience in other clubs. And delivering quality club meetings is not a job for one person. It's not just the president. It's not a VP thing. It belongs to all of us leaders. And I say all of us leaders, not just club leaders, even those of us who are past club leaders, area leaders, district leaders, who are members of those clubs. The onus is on us to ensure that the clubs, our parent clubs, continue to be living examples of who we are and how we want to show up to the rest of our Toastmasters community. I'll end this today by asking a question. And now this one, I want everyone to chime in as we wrap up. What one thing in the last 30, 40 minutes almost now, we've been conversing on this subject. What one thing have you picked up in the last few minutes that you will take to your club and implement for your next meeting? Next meeting, please. I know it will take some time to type, but I will give us that time. So I'm waiting 30 seconds. Let's have a few. What one thing that you've heard over the last 30, 40 minutes, or you have even read from the interactions we've had on the chat, what one thing would you take back to your club to ensure that you have great club meetings? Liking Toastmasters meetings to experiencing good restaurants, okay? Quality meetings for members, retention. Thank you, Toastmaster Sandrine. Let's have more, please. Being proactive, making sure everyone has a speech plan every 2 months. Thank you, Toastmaster Walter. Yeah, very practical. Everyone should have a speech in 2 months. Toastmaster Korede, visiting other clubs, cross-pollinating ideas. Yes, yes. Toastmaster Biena, proper planning and commitment, especially from us club leaders. If we've committed to something, let's follow through on that commitment. Let people know that when we don't show, when that commitment falls through the cracks, it is such a rarity that we're wondering, did the person fall on the road? Did his car fall inside gutter? Did she fall on, what happened? Something must have gone amiss for he or she not to have honored that commitment. Let that be the level that we aspire to. Toastmaster Ronke, innovative meetings. Let's not keep doing the same things the same way over and over again. Keep asking, how can we do this differently? How can we do this better? Toastmaster Pradeep, thank you. Overall, we must make sure it is a great experience, not just for members, for guests also. It is a continuously great experience, a consistently great experience. Toastmaster Adenike, a robust meeting will always have people come back for more. Exactly. Remember, we talked about the outcomes, and at the end of the day, yes, it's people returning, it's new members joining, and we build strong clubs. Everyone should be involved in the meeting planning, not just the VP, please. Thank you, Toastmaster Josephine. Not just the VP, it's everyone's job. We are all in this together as leaders. And a Toastmaster can take up 2 roles during meetings. Also, you should not have given a speech. Yeah, there should not be a situation where you have not given a speech. A member of the club hasn't given a speech in 2 months. That's my rule of thumb, but I encourage it across board. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. Great, great attention. Thank you for the engagement. I will cease here, and it's back to you, Madam Moderator, Toastmaster Josephine.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay,
thank you. I'll take it.
Okay.
Thank you so much, the Zinc DTM, Chuks Mwagweze. Please, let's celebrate him. Let's utilize our emoji, emoticons, all the reactions possible to give a laudable applause to the justice he did to that role. You were so jealous with your time. You didn't want to leave any for us at all. So thank you so much for sticking to your time. In the chat box, I want to see what is one thing that makes your club stand out. What is one thing that makes your club stand out? So just drop that in the chat box. True story. I attended a club meeting once. The meeting was supposed to be for 5:30. And as at 5:50, the VP was not there. The president was not there yet. The SA was not there yet. And I had guests waiting. I had to be the one talking to the guests, say, oh, don't worry, we'll start soon, relax. This is not how we are, and all of that. The guests left 10 minutes into the meeting. I promise you, they will not register for that club if they're looking for a club to join. So it's something that we should hold dearly. Endeavor to always pursue to have a quality club meeting. It's part of the Toastmasters promise to provide a friendly atmosphere for members to learn and grow, for a conducive atmosphere for members to learn and grow. So endeavor to always pursue that. So thank you so much for delivering justice to that. We're moving on to the next segment, but before we do that, I want to acknowledge the presence of a few leaders that I saw in the meeting. Distinguished Toastmaster Abubakar Gimba, the past division director for Division D. I see you. You're welcome, sir. I saw distinguished Toastmaster, double distinguished Toastmaster Ejura Okpanachi, the current division director for Division C. And I also I cited Toastmaster Ubong Iyang, who served as the conference chair for Toastmasters Nigerian Conference 3.0, UYO. So I see you all. Thank you so much. At this point, I will give the control back to my co-moderator, Toastmaster Josephine, to introduce the next facilitator. Over to you, Toastmaster Josephine.
Thank you very much. Your village people have left you. I so much love that. Toastmaster Abdul Rahim. I've not mentioned somebody else's name instead of your name. Okie dokie then. Thank you very much, the very distinguished Toastmaster Chuks Wambweze, for that very insightful sharing of what we need to do in order to observe quality meetings. Thank you very much. Distinguished Toastmasters, club officers, and participants, I am sure that we are all learning a thing or two to make our club meetings even more engaging than it used to be, so that anyone that comes in contact with our meetings or visit our meetings will love to come again and again. Thank you very much. Now, we've talked about how we can build quality teams, and that we've been reminded that the strength of a Toastmasters club is reflected not only in the leadership behind the scenes, but also the experience we create for every member and guest, whether virtually or physically, who walks through our doors. A quality meeting creates a memorable experience, and a memorable experience becomes part of the story people share about our clubs, which leads us naturally to an important question. How do people discover your club? How do they know who you are as a club? What does your club represent? And why they should become part of your Toastmasters family? And that is where effective marketing comes in. Because marketing begins long before we advertise. Marketing begins with the experience we create and the story we consistently tell. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Toastmasters, to guide us through this important conversation, we are privileged. I think Toastmaster Abdul Karim is owing in some dollars. Perhaps he will ask him to pay for his next dollars, because this individual is actually a distinguished Toastmaster. We are privileged to learn from this individual whose professional journey perfectly aligns with today's topic. Our next facilitator is a business development strategist and currently serves as the Director of Commercials at Dankadaski's Acquisition Center. His academic background spans human anatomy, psychology, business management, and strategic leadership, giving him a unique perspective on leadership and organizational growth. He's been a Toastmaster since 2014. He currently serves as a Club Growth Director for Division D for Distinguished, and is passionate about helping individuals and organizations grow. He's also a chess enthusiast who believes that, oh, I love this, will rise by lifting others. Distinguished Toastmaster, with your favorite emoticon, join me as a welcome to the spotlight, the life of the party, our next facilitator, distinguished Toastmaster Ubang Inyang.
All right, thank you very much, Agolo. Life of the party, you had me there. All right. You said something quite stunning to me. Marketing begins long before you advertise. So I'd like to ask us a question. Give me a thumbs up if you live in an area where you wake up in the morning or you're about to go to bed at night and you still hear, iron condemn, condemn, condemn iron. If someone finds it necessary to market scream, make noise about something that is condemned, how much more something that is valuable? Right. So Isa, please help me share my slides in case I have difficulty sharing it here. Isa, please share my slides. Okay, I'm using a phone, so let me see how I can quickly. Thank you, Isa. Thank you very much. Now, marketing begins way before you advertise. And if you think of it, whatever you do, you're marketing. A baby that cries for food is marketing. A lady that wears that beautiful hair is marketing. A man that drives that exquisite car is marketing. You can either market your demands or you're marketing your supply. So today we're going to look at equipping our leaders for club success through marketing. And the objectives will be to first align marketing with prospect member goals. Then we develop strategies to meet and communicate with prospective members. And then we identify available tools in the Toastmasters, in a Toastmasters club for appropriate marketing. Right, that's going to be 3 objectives. So the first objective, we'll be looking at that, defining and knowing what that goal is. And under this, we'll have what marketing is, the components of marketing, and marketing in Toastmasters terms. Next slide. Let me ask you all the question. And please feel free to unmute your mic and answer. What do you know as marketing? I'm not seeing hands. What do you know? There's no right or wrong answer. This is table topics. What do you know as marketing? It could be one word, it could be a sentence, it could be a whole story. Before I start naming names. And then you call me your prophet. Have I seen you before? Do I know you from anywhere? Okay, someone says awareness, recognition, excellent, that's good. Someone else, you can type it in the chat room, you can unmute and then tell me what you know. Promotion of the value of the product. Visibility, beautiful. Keep them coming. Gagne, that's good. Promotion of the value of the product. Creating awareness for product or services. Yep. Everything you do to make people aware of your product, desire it, and ultimately make a decision about it. This person must be a PhD student. Tinka Koya, you are that PhD student showcasing value. Yeah. All right. So next slide. You can see in the next slide that most of the things some of you mentioned are, the words are found here. Promotion, advertising, sales, creativity, target. When you brand a thing, like Toastmasters does, by giving us a particular color to use for our presentations, by giving us a particular logo and restricting us from editing that logo, that's branding. When you sponsor an ad on any of the social medias that sells advertising. When you make your customer or a member renew more than 5 times in maybe 5 years, that's returnership. When a member finds the value you inject in his life or her life, and then he refers someone, that's referral. All of these, I don't want to put too much time on this, all of these come together to make marketing. That strategy, that branding, that promotion, that referral, finding your leads, moving them to prospects, all of that, including the campaigns, they're all marketing. So marketing as an entire engine overarches the strategy that attracts people, turns them into members, and keep them active for years. Toastmaster, the Zing DTM said, someone may walk in for a purpose of doing speeches. The person wants to become a better communicator, but the person will only stay if the experience is worth it. So, next slide. We would see that marketing is the strategic process of creating awareness, building relationships, and delivering value to attract leads, convert those leads to become prospects, and retain members. That's Yang 2026. If you want to find out who the Yang is, give me a G for good food. Now, when you do this, you will see that it reflects in your DCPs. It ticks your club success plans. Your membership is always intact. Your club is always viable because you understand bringing in that strategic process to creating awareness and building that relationship to deliver value, attracting the leads first, converting the prospects, the fact that they now have shown interest in becoming part of what you do, and retaining the members. They are now members, but they need to stay. Someone once said that when someone experiences your service once, there's a 10% chance that he will do it a second time. If he does it a second time, there's a 45% chance that he will do it a third time. If he does it a third time, there's a 85% chance that he will do it for the next 5 years. That's what you do to ensure that someone stays and remains a member. Next slide. So we would see that as we jump into the objective 2, the idea of us pushing our meetings to express value is a strategic thing because we want to create that awareness. Like Zing said, the awareness, the publicity is not just for the club, but for yourself. In as much as you're advertising the club, in as much as you're advertising the brand Toastmasters, you're advertising your club, your premier speakers, and you're advertising yourself, Ubongyang. So whatever you do strategically to deliver value, either by the role you play, by the meeting agenda, the experience the person feels in that meeting, it's all in the process of creating awareness to build that relationship. So at times you even see people have conversations after meetings with prospects. That's to make the person feel part of something. And if you understand the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, when you get to a point, you just want social connects. You want to be part of something great. And what's a better way than someone coming around, breaking the ice to build a relationship with you? That's marketing. But as we move on to the other part, we would see that when we see these prospects, what do we do? Next slide, please. Objective 2 would be to develop speaking to a prospective member. And what we'll look at here in this objective 2 would be primary goals for joining Toastmasters and identifying persona. And I would like to ask you, next slide. I'd like to ask someone here, why did you join Toastmasters? Next slide, please. I'd like to ask Ebiena, Toastmaster Ebiena Madi, if you can hear me on mute and tell me, why did you join Toastmasters?
Good morning, TCM. I'm sure you can hear
Good morning.
Okay. Kindly permit me to speak. I'm quite under the weather, so I'm not sure if you can hear me clearly. However, why I joined Toastmasters, first of all, thank you. Why I joined Toastmasters, first of all, is to improve my communication skills, to become a better leader, to become more confident when I speak and express myself. These are the basic reasons why I joined Toastmasters. However, after I became a Toastmaster and a club officer, I discovered that there's more to becoming a Toastmaster. I cannot remember quite who said that, but being a Toastmaster and a club officer is the cheapest MBA you can ever get. I remember someone said that, I can't remember who exactly. But yes, these are the reasons why I joined and what I have come to discover about joining Toastmasters. Thank you.
Okay, so when you said the cheapest, what? Come again on the cheapest thing?
MBA you can ever get.
MBA. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
You're right. You're right there because Toastmaster teaches you communication, and that's communication you learn in MBA. As an executive, you need to communicate your vision, lead your members to your target. And we do leadership, we do communication, we do mentorship, because mentorship is part of a succession plan. So he's right. Cheapest MBA you'd have. Someone else said, Ogolo typed in the chat box that for networking. Someone else, why did you join Toastmasters? Thank you very much, Ebiena Toastmasters. Someone else, why did you join Toastmasters? The trainings are still on. Oh, I think was that for me? No. Improve communication and public speaking. Toastmaster Nkenna Aneke, if you're there, on mute and tell me why you joined Toastmasters. Improve my public speaking. Yeah, like, go ahead. Toastmaster Aneke. All right. So let's move on to the next slide. Let's move on to the next slide. You can see that Toastmasters have highlighted that 29.7% of people who join Toastmasters join Toastmasters for the purposes of becoming a more effective speaker. 30% of them join Toastmasters to build confidence for public speaking. And if you look at it, if you add that 30% to the 29, you find out that that's 60%. It says here, primary goals for people who join Toastmasters is to be more effective speaker and build confidence for public speaking. And if you put that together, it's 60% of the new members' primary goal. However, just like the first respondent said, that's what brings you through the door. But when you sit in the meeting, you find many other things of value that helps you redefine your goal. For me, most of us knew how to speak. Most of us were confident speaking. So what brought us to Toastmasters probably may not have been to have that confidence or to be a public speaker. For me, it was more of having a group I would identify with that have love for what I do have love for, communication and leadership. And when I found out that people become passionate about what Toastmasters offers them, and they go all in, I found my space. Most of these people became my family. And because of this, I look forward to the meeting. Zing DTM had asked, have you actually looked out for a meeting because you know you're going to see someone in that meeting? Yeah, I have. In fact, I even look out for the end of the meeting so I could hang out with them, have a talk about planning the next meeting. And that's the beauty of Toastmasters. And if you look at that chart, it says here, improving presentation skills, another extra 10%, improving leadership skills, 10%, professional goals of maybe knowing how to manage people or lead a team, 6%, and increase fluency, 4%, build social connections, 2%, network with others, 2%, and develop motivational strategies, 1%. For whatever reason you join Toastmasters, you will also know that others, the prospects you see, the leads that have become the prospects, do have their needs, why they want to become Toastmasters. It's always important for you to ask them, what stood out for you in that meeting? What didn't you like? Give me the feedback. Feedback is not just a thing Toastmasters alone should give. Toastmasters should also embrace feedback because it points to the direction of what the person wants. At that point, the person is marketing his needs. The person is telling you, this is what I want. And you know exactly how to tailor the experience the person will have for the rest of his stay in the Toastmasters to those needs. And you keep on checking on with him. Have the needs been met? Do you have new goals? That's why when you finish a pathway, you need to do a reflection. And as part of that reflection, you look at what next? What next for you? Have you set new targets, new goals? Do you have new needs that will need to be addressed? At times, people come around and you think that they are there as usual for public speaking, and then you market public speaking to them when what they wanted was networking. So moving to the next slide, you would see how Toastmasters also identifies member personas to help you know that there are various people with various needs. They have demographics and they have their particular needs. Next slide, please. In there, Toastmasters identified 7 personas. Firstly, the student. Please, can I have the next slide? I think he's working on it. Then the early career enthusiast. Then the striving associate, all the way to the retiree. You can find the spectrum of the entire 7 personas in a club. For example, like UPS, we have the students and we have the retirees and we have the other people in between. But let's look what makes them who they are. Next slide. So they are categorized into 3 stages. The first 3, the students, the earlier career enthusiasts, and the striving associates, are called the early career stages. The students will focus, their needs will mostly be, it could be expanded more than this, but their needs will mostly be focusing on learning the basics, finding mentors, and building a first network. If you go to a student and what you're talking about is, oh, Toastmasters is going to make you become a president in the next, make you have good leadership skills to become president in the next election. It doesn't make sense to them. Or how to handle your senatorial campaigns. It wouldn't make sense to the person because the person is not there yet, right? The earlier career enthusiasts, they bring high energy, looks for skills growth, and tries new paths. You could see the likes of Ruth, VPPR in the VPPR in my club. She comes with this energy. The Gen Z people who have just finished school, you find out that they have this energy. They want to contribute their quota to the meeting. They do the media thing. Don't forget, Toastmasters is a voluntary organization. Nobody pays you for these things. So making the right choice of the people who will help deliver value is essential. You also have the striving associates, people who work hard to move up, seek promotion, and build deep job skills. You'd find out that, yes, these other sets of people may not always be in your meetings because they are actually out there trying to work hard to make something out of life. But still, they want to belong to something that impacts them so they can inject that knowledge into their work. We go to the next set, the mid to the late career stages. So you'd have the likes of the social professional, people who begin to value community, peer connection, and networking events. In my Uyo tribe, in Uyo, we call the community a tribe because we value that community. We value that family. It makes things work easier for us. If one person has a problem, we could easily jump in and salvage the situation. That way, tell me how the person won't renew. Because they say we can choose our friends, but we don't choose family. And at times, family is not just by birth nor blood. When you share the same values, when you have the same vision, when you're moving towards the same target, the person becomes a family. It makes it easier for the person to renew. So marketing is not just about getting new members. How do you behave with the already members you have to ensure that they keep on renewing? You have the confident leaders, the ones who manage teams, guide others, and seek high-level strategy input. The likes of Toastmaster and Yearborn women in my club. I'm only speaking for my club because I could profile these people into these different personas. And you should also do same and see who do you have in your club that you could fit into this role, that would fit into this role. What are their strong points? What are their weaknesses? How do you manage them? What are their needs? Because if you can find where they fit in, you would easily find their needs. So we have the likes of the successful leaders, the likes of DTM Nduke Usoro. They direct large groups, influence industries, and give back through mentoring. You cannot argue that. You could see that she's a successful leader, having handled the division, the club area division, and now going to the district. She's moving up. She's blazing the trail. She's mentoring others and inspiring them to become more. So people in the club look up to her to say, oh, fine, she's going, I'm following. She's making it possible for others to see that light. Then you have, as a final stage, next slide, the retirees. The people who transition out of full-time work, stays connected for social reasons, and share their wisdom. If you're part of your community, you will know there's someone we call the gray hair, eagle-eyed reader. And that's Toastmaster Inoiko, grammarian. She does it so well. We also had one back in the days before his demise, Toastmaster Namsu Morin. He will teach you fluent grammar. They are retirees. They don't need this thing to advance their leadership roles. They want it for social reasons. They want to leave a legacy. They want to impact people. That's in the next slide, Issa. Find that in the next slide. So these people, according to Shannon Mayer, they have needs that are different from every person. And you cannot treat everyone the same. It won't work. How you market to one person is different from how you market the other person. And if you have a club where there are too many students, you have problems with their renewals. You have a club where there are too many retirees, you have problems with their ambitions to move up the ladder in leadership. So you need to find the balance. And that informs you on way to do your marketing, way to go for who to go to in your marketing, what to sell to the person, what to offer the person. Even the mentor that you assign the person becomes necessary at this point, because not one mentor fits all. Some are better than others in their peculiar ways. So you need to find a way to understand the people that are coming in, the people that are already there, and how to make them bond, form the relationship, create that awareness, and make them stay. So we move on to objective 3, which will be about available tools, resources for the club. So we're going to all three see what we actually make payments for and the 7 P's of Toastmasters marketing. We'll hurry through this. Toastmaster Zinc said that we pay for experience. Yes, I would say people make payment for 3 things. They may start out saying, I want to become a public speaker. But actually, it's more of, first, they are paying for the solution. It says the people pay to make their problems go away. If they have a problem of speaking in the public and you can provide a solution for them, they'll pay. If their problem is confidence, standing in front of people, and you provide that solution for them, they'll pay. If their problem is having people they can come out, network with, laugh with, and you provide that for them, they'll pay. Then we move to convenience. People pay if it's safer, easier, and comfortable. In Toastmasters, when you speak, and even when you make mistakes, you feel comfortable making the mistake because nobody is going to castigate you for it. That's convenience, where you learn in a place that you are not being judged. We give you feedback to make you grow, not judge you. That's convenience. People will pay for that. After all, we've seen leaders who pay for sycophants to tell them they are doing well even when they're not. Then we move to experience. The more emotional the experience you give a person, the higher they are willing to pay. We are all emotional beings. And if you can align or attune to someone's emotions, don't worry, the person will keep coming back for more. And the person wouldn't mind paying a premium just to keep on having the experience. In psychology, it is said that the brain is wired to run from pain, which is the problem that you are solving for them, towards pleasure, which is the emotions that you're creating, the emotional experiences that you're creating for them. So when you are in your Toastmasters meetings, the question is, how do you create the experience? How do you make a first-timer experience your meeting in a way that the person says, I need to come back for this. Whether I have the money or not, I need to come back for this. Because it is in returning for that meeting as a prospect, even when he becomes a veteran prospect in that club, allow him. When there is the will, there will be the means. At some point, he will convert to a member, a paid member, and that adds to your club. Next slide. So what are the 7 marketing tools that we have in our club we can use to best sell the idea Toastmasters? Now, one may say, what are these tools? We're thinking you have a gavel, you have a lectern banner. Yes, those are tools, but these are categorized tools. They are categorized to help achieve it. So the 7 P's we have: product, you could see they're all there. Process, place, promotion, product, price, people, physical evidence. How do you use these elements? How do you use these tools in Toastmasters to bring people around? Now, let's start with product. When you're marketing to someone, you say, our product is the best. I bet you I can tell you for free, there is this dust. These good, that we have Pathways Learning Experience, where you can pick parts from dynamic, from that dynamic leadership to presentation mastery to the rest of them, self-paced curriculum. That is a product we have. A product that builds your skill, a practical, experiential learning avenue. Most people go to places and they read books on how to speak in the public, but you don't have the opportunity to stand there and actually talk to people. If you don't have the opportunity, so what it is then? And we also, as part of our product, we do recognitions. We could see the just concluded Dear Toastmasters with the numerous awards that were given to show, yes, We recognize your effort. That's a product. Then we move to price. Toastmasters operates a high-value, low-cost, non-profit membership model. A particular Toastmaster posted something the other day and said, Toastmasters International is only second to JCI in its low-cost organization that does what we do as per leadership and communication. But when on another slide, he came up and said, but when you juxtapose the price and the value, Toastmaster comes up tops. So you could see that the membership dues is cheap enough, the one-time payment fee, and the value proposition, minimal financial investment for continuous long-term practice and networking. You don't just tell somebody, okay, our price is fair. When you break it down in a way that the person sees the niche value in what he is about to get, he will have to make a choice between choosing Rotary, Lions, JCI, John Maxwell, and then you see there is Toastmasters. Then you consider the place that Toastmasters is a global organization. Becoming a Toastmaster here, you can join a meeting wherever in the world. That we have online meetings and physical meetings. You can walk into anywhere and you're still a Toastmaster. And with the global reach of 14,000 clubs in 140 countries, that is something you sell. That's why when the meeting is open and then you introduce Toastmasters with that way, you list what Toastmasters is about, it stirs up the interest of the member and it tricks the person. It has existed for 103 years going. That's shocking. Who wouldn't want to be part of something that great? Then promotions. When you have open house, you allow people to come in free and see what we do. Or maybe you also say, oh, fine, you sign up and you get a free patch. Your first patch is free. That's a promotion. People want free things because it makes them feel, oh, at least I'm not paying for this one. That's an experience. So you give them that promotion. Okay, if you sign up in this period, we'll ensure that you don't pay full. Someone meets you halfway on your dues. Maybe if that person is a student. So such promotions help. And you understand that the speech contest that we do, being an international competition that attracts public attention and showcases top talents, who would want to be a Toastmaster to contest on that stage and gain such a global visibility? Now we move on to the people. This is my part. Where you have mentors, people who are ready to lay down their time to ensure that you get the value for your money. And the process, like Toastmaster the DTM said, we have a structured process in Toastmasters that wherever you go, the meeting is almost the same. Prepared speeches, table topic segment, evaluation segment. So someone sees that it is well organized, and with the love of such process, the person becomes a part of the thing. Now, physical evidence. If you come to the meeting, the branding is everywhere. The brooch, the banners, the lectern banners, the insignias of Toastmasters, the slogan, where leaders are made, that's all physical evidence that when someone walks into the meeting hall, it is called servicescape. What does the person see? That you could see Toastmasters colors flashed all over the room. Servicescape. The person feels immersed in the brand, it will be difficult for the person to forget that brand. So next slide. Thank you. We could see here that according to DTM Kayode Yusuf, Toastmasters in Nigeria is the best kept secret. However, if we might have the best leadership and speech building programs in the world, but without marketing, nobody would ever walk through that door. It is like blowing a kiss to a beautiful lady in the dark. You're making so much effort, but no impact. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to say, let's do all we can. If someone could make noise about a condemn oil, condemn iron, condemn this and that, how much more the value we give through the 7 P's of marketing, through the marketing mix, the components of marketing, our tools, our moments of truth, our servicescape, our values, respect, integrity, excellence, and service. How much more that, where someone will get the value for his money and the best of experience. So let us go out there, ensure that we bring in more members, and even more, ensure that we retain the members we have. For as I do say, the manier, the merrier. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the very distinguished Toastmaster Yubi, for that insightful, practical presentation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. See the love notes coming, the applause is coming. Please, let's give it up for him. Thank you very much for sharing your knowledge and experience with us. We truly, truly appreciate it. Distinguished Toastmasters Club officers, we have had a very, very insightful session so far, from building healthy teams to creating quality meetings, and now understanding the importance of telling our club story. We have also discovered valuable lessons that will help to strengthen our club. But I would like us to ask any question that we deem fit to gain more clarity on this. We have 5 minutes to ask our questions. You can drop on the chat channel, or you will mute your mic to ask your question. I'm looking through the chat channel while we are trying to ask our question. Distinguished Toastmaster Yubi, most of our clubs, they do a lot of marketing via the social media platform, but the problem is actually converting this guest. Please, what is that one thing you will recommend for us during this Toastmasters year to improve guest conversion and also long-term member retention? Thank you.
Thank you. Lovely question. If you've done the promotions, the advertising, now, first you have to be consistent. It's not a one-time, it's not the first time the person hears it that the person is going to be part of it. Most times you need to ring it loud enough, many a times enough, for the person to say, this has been in my face for so long a time that let me go see what they actually do. And this is where the bone, the meat of the meal lies. When they come, you don't disappoint them. You ensure that the experience they go back to, that they look forward to the very next one with this one ending. You show them what they have been missing for years by not heeding to that call. They are the ones that will become the what do they call it? The evangelist to the others. So the crux of the matter is in your meeting experience. Are you timely? Because that's something that is rare to have. And that's a problem Nigerians have. So if you solve the problem of time for people and they see you to be different, you give them a different experience, they identify with you. If they come and in that space, there's a learning experience where everybody feels comfortable to make mistakes and get corrected. There's that vulnerability-based trust. They'll want to be part of it. The psychological safety is a thing people look out for a lot. And I know that in Toastmasters, we do have that. I'm not saying that we don't once in a while have infightings and friction. Of course we will. It's part of human nature that we have conflict, but it has to be a constructive conflict like the first facilitator mentioned. When you have that, someone sees that I can be part of a family that I can learn and I can benefit. And all of it be different from others out there. Tell me how they won't stay or come back again. Thank you. I hope I answered your question.
Absolutely, you actually answered that question. Just be in their faces. That is what DTM UB just said. Be consistent. Make your Toastmasters experience like a home. Allow people to be vulnerable. Consistency in all of this is key. Do it over and over again, just so they could see what actually they've been missing over the years. Thank you. That is certainly something every club officer should take back to their clubs. Any question? Do we still have few minutes, few seconds for question? Any question on the chat channel? Okay, a lot of us are saying thank you, thank you. That means this went home and dry. Thank you everyone for your active participation. Like I said, we've actually learned so much today, but I want to ask a question. What is that one thing your club would do differently in order to tell your story, to be in the faces of people, your club members, the old ones, the new ones, perspective? What is that one thing you would want to do differently to tell your story even better? Just one thing. Just exhilarating session. Thank you, our program quality director, distinguished Toastmaster Fumi. Just one thing you would do to tell your story even better at your club. Okie dokie then. Someone unmuted. Are you speaking to us? They go ahead. Okie dokie then. Thank you once again, distinguished Toastmaster UB, for that insightful and practical presentation. Please, let's appreciate him once again for sharing his wealth of experience with us. Distinguished Toastmasters Club officers, we've had a very engaging and insightful session so far, from building healthy things to creating quality meetings, and now understanding the importance of effectively telling our club stories. We have discovered valuable lessons that will help us strengthen our clubs. At this point, yay, I would say that I've been waiting for it. Why not? We need to take a 5-minute breather to allow everyone refresh, stretch, and prepare for the next part of our training, I'll swiftly share with us the attendance link on the chat channel. Please take a minute to fill in. For those of us who are joining from outside of our district, also fill the form, but you need to private chat our moderator, my co-moderator, Toastmaster Abdul Karim, with your name, your club role, your club name, area, division, and district. We have 5 minutes for this short breather. Please remain connected, and we look forward to welcoming you back shortly. 5 minutes on the clock, the very distinguished, they should give him a word, the way he does the timing row and the Zoom row. I have never, ever seen anything like this. 5 minutes on the clock, sir. Thank you very much.
While we are waiting, if we can have a soft mute second. All right, so one more. This is the last one. We have 1 more minute. Yes, the last question now. Last question. Last question before we start properly. And this is a riddle. What belongs to you, fully it is yours, but most people use it more than you. So drop that in the chat box as we invite the next speaker. Aha. Toastmasters are smart people. Your name, my name, my name. And there you have it. Thank you all for engaging. The break is officially over and we will be resuming fully. So the Zoom master, let's have the bio of our next trainer so we can start properly. Thank you all for engaging. It was really an engaging segment, and thank you all for not leaving me afloat. All right. It's been interesting so far. So for the people that did not hear it, please, the registration, the attendance form was shared earlier. Toastmaster Josephine, if you'll be so kind, please reshare that so they feel. And please stay till the end because a second attendance will be shared at the end of the training. So you feel again. And now we have the double distinguished Toastmaster. Double distinguished. Let me repeat that in case if you didn't hear it the first time. Miss Ejura Okpanachi is a project manager and a program lead at Elevate Africa. Ejura joined Toastmasters International in 2017 and enhanced her speaking and leadership skills by vigorously going through the pathway curriculum and serving in many capacities, culminating in her achieving Distinguished Toastmaster Award twice in the same year, right? 2024, 2025. If this is not worth celebrating, what is? Why am I not seeing those celebration emojis, those reactions, those emoticons? Keep it coming. If not, we're going to stop here. And that will be the end of the training. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I celebrate you. Thank you. Let's keep it coming. She loves to read, travel, and enjoy music from the 80s and the 90s. Let's make welcome to take us on the Club Success Plan, double distinguished Toastmaster Ejura Okpanachi. You have the virtual stage.
Thank you very much, Toastmaster Abdul Hakim, for that warm introduction. Thank you so much, everyone. Let me know that you can hear me, please, and you can see me. Let me know if I need to turn up the volume of my voice or adjust my camera or something. Okay, I see a thumbs up. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My very warm greetings to all of the senior leaders in the house, my district's program quality director and the chair lady for this committee. Thank you all so much, my fellow trainers. My warm greetings to every single one of us and to all the leaders in the house. Thank you. We'll start now, and I'm able to share my screen. Sorry, if you could allow me to share my screen, please. My laptop is working now. I had an issue and I wasn't able to, but now I can. if you can help me out so that I can share my screen. Now, while I'm waiting, I don't have any slides. I didn't prepare anything. I thought it best to take us all through the actual club success plan documents. I think it's important that we actually see what we're talking about and perhaps even participate in it. So if through each section and segment, I think it's best we just begin to work our brains. If we haven't filled it already, I think it's a good place to actually start working together and, you know, having ideas on what to put in those places, particularly when it comes to strategies and the tactics, the action plans. I'm still not able to share my screen. Can somebody please make me the host or the co-host?
You are.
Can I be made a co-host? I am. Okay. Okay, I guess it's taking a bit of time to. It's taking a bit of time. All right. So while that is being sorted, what exactly is the club success plan? The club success plan is a document that enables everyone, the team, to come together to find ways and to come up with ideas and strategies and actions to achieve their goals. So we have the DCP goals that every club is expected to achieve by the end of the tenure. And perhaps there may be one or two other goals that you want your club to accomplish by the end of the Toastmasters year. So this document is where you document all of those plans. The good book says that write the vision, make it plain, so that he who runs with it will. Please, can someone help me complete it? My head is a bit fuzzy. But the idea is to write it down so that he who sees it will run with it. I actually completed it, I forgot. So he who sees it will run with it. So this is the thing that fuels your actions. This is what fuels you. When you have a bigger picture of what it is you're working towards. And it's very important you do this because I understand that many of you are new to this. Some of you joined Toastmasters and within a few months, they just dragged you. You were thrust into leadership and they said, come and be our secretary, come and be our president, come and be our vice president's public relations without you haven't even settled down to even understand what Toastmasters is all about, or you exhibited a few excellent abilities and they just said, oh yeah, come and do this. So you may find yourself in that situation, or you may have been preparing for a while, thinking to yourself, you know, this is a role I want, I've been waiting for this. But then you come on board and it's a completely different ball game. The team dynamic is not what you expected. You thought it was going to be simple, but leading a club is not as easy as you thought. Humans are complicated and complex. So this club success plan really helps to give you a guide. It helps you set a goal, set your goals. It gives you a roadmap for where your club is going to in the next 12 months. And then also not just having a plan, but also taking the steps, breaking those goals down into bits where you can actually identify the steps or the actions that you need to take to accomplish those goals and the overall achievement of the goals. Let me see if I can share my screen. I still can't share my screen. This is odd. This is very odd. And I'm the co-host. So why can't I share my screen? I don't understand. Okay, one participant can share at a time. Okay. It says only one participant can share at a time. So I'm guessing
You can. Just try again.
But I can't. Yeah, I'm trying. I'm clicking on the share. I'm clicking on it, but it's not allowing me to. Okay, can someone please help me with the club success plan so that we can just go through? You can scroll down slowly for me. Is that possible, please?
think alternatively, what we can do is to monitor the timing manually. So that's part of the screen is not shared, and you can, oh, it's up.
Okay. I can see that. Is it coming up? You can see it, right?
Yeah.
Yes, it's up. It's visible.
Okay, great. Thank you. So we're looking at the club success plan. We all know as leaders, I'm hoping you know the qualifying requirements for each of the levels. So for distinguished, select distinguished, president distinguished, and Smedley distinguished, the requirements are all there. And you have a total number of members you should have by the end of the Toastmasters year, and also the goals, the number of goals. So speaking of the goals, we're moving on now to the 10 goals of the DCP. Now, for the most part, the educational goals take a bulk of that. They have 6 goals for that. The first one is 4 level 1 awards, and then the next 2 are 4 level 2 awards. Then the fourth one is 2 level 3, 1 level 4, or a DTM, or a path completion. And then we have 1 level 4, 1 more level 4, a path completion, or a DTM award. So then we move on to the membership. 4 new members or dual members. They could be dual members or reinstated members. So those members that did not renew in the last 1 or 2, 3 cycles, they are counted. And then 4 more new. So in total, we have 8 new members, and they could be either new or dual or reinstated. And then the training of which you are taking part of right now, we should have all 7 club officers. Excuse me. So sorry, excuse me. So we have all 7 club officers attend the club officers training. Of course, there's a minimum of 4 members. Okay, I think I skipped that for a bit. I beg your pardon. So this, and then we have the administrative goal, which is a one-time payment of membership dues accompanied by the names of 8 members for 1 period and a one-time submission of 1 club officer list. So I'm hoping that you are familiar with these goals. If you are not, I think it's a good idea to start taking a look at them. This will give you a really good idea on how to plan. So these goals, really, when you really take a look at them, you'll find that they are like KPIs for some of these club officers. So who would you say is responsible, or at least handling the education aspect? You can speak quickly, please, or put this in the chat box. Who would you say is responsible for handling the education, the goals, the educational goals? VPE. Thank you for saying that. Yes, VPE, that's very correct. Then who would you say will handle the membership? VPM, that is Vice President Membership. Who would you say would handle number 10, the administrative goals, the administration goals? Excuse me. No one? President, is that right? President, everyone is saying president. Okay, good. Who would you say is handling the training goals? The training goals. You still think he's the president? Okay, VPE president. All right, that works. I would say secretary is also involved in that because, well, before now, secretary is responsible for keeping records of minutes, meetings, and stuff like that. So a training like this, ordinarily, the secretary will be the ones to submit to online, but a few things have been updated. So this is just me talking out of, my own time as a club officer. Even this club success plan has been updated since the last time I served as a club officer. And I have to say that it's really, really comprehensive now. And I think it's pretty straightforward, and it will help the club officers in a really big way. So now I'm moving on to the educational goals. So this is where we start the actual planning. And at this point, you can even start taking action from here. I've been to clubs where at the beginning of the tenure, and I found it so impressive. They would ask, I remember when I was in Aso Rock Stars way back, Toastmaster Abdul Karim, I don't think you had joined then, but then our Vice President Education, I believe it was Enite, she would call each and every one of us and she'll strike a deal with us, and she'll be like, please help us with level 1. Just give me level 1. If that's all you do, this period, this year, just give me level 1, right? And then Pathways had just come out. I wasn't very familiar with Pathways. I didn't even like it. I was resisting it. So she had this way of persuading me to complete level 1, and she got me the late DTM Effium, who was able to take myself and Toastmaster, the distinguished Toastmaster Toju Cole, through Pathways. And through that, I was able to start delivering my speeches. And then I went on to deliver level 1, level 2. I just kept going on and on. So this is where the president and the vice president will come together to say, we need 4 level 1s this year. We need 4 level 2s. We need 2 level 3s. So you're going to look at your members and say, who do we talk to? Who is likely to give us level 1s? And this is where your skills come in, your persuasive skills, your motivational skills, your mentoring skills. You now make sure that this level 1, level 2, level 3, all of these things you're looking for, you start to work on them. You assign the mentors to them to let them know, please follow up. Level 1 has 4 projects. Can you finish these 4 projects in 8, 9, 10 weeks? No, these are the things you look at when you're filling these forms, and you actually create a strategy and the tactics to ensure that these goals are met. They've gone as far as saying that you're going to write the name of the member that will actually give you this level 1. That is how deliberate they want you to be. This plan has given you, it is a fantastic template. So you're looking at this now. If you can see this, it says here, list up to 6 people who are likely to earn a level 1. So this is where you approach your club members. We're asking for 6 level 1s. Just give us your level 1, right? Let's start with that. And then if they find it too tasking and demanding, you can now find ways, you can discover their motivational styles. What makes them motivated? What makes them want to deliver speeches? Do they like their names displayed when they have completed a project? Does it make them feel warm and fuzzy and make them want to deliver? So these are the questions, these are the tactics, not just about saying, go and give us level 1. You have to understand the people you are talking to. Get out 6 names, and as time goes on, you call them up and check on them. How's it going with your level 1? Are we making progress? Have you delivered your speeches, your speech, your project? You know you can deliver at different clubs, right? You don't have to restrict yourself to this club. You know you can join another club, and you can attend another club and deliver on all of these projects. And you can, before you know it, you can be done by September or October. Same thing happens to level 2, and the people from level 1 are the ones you still encourage to move on to level 2, right? And on it goes. So if you get at least 6 people to get level 1, you may not get all of them to complete. Maybe 1 or 2 will drop out. Hopefully the rest will continue. You move on to your level 2, and on it goes. Does it make sense at this point? Let me see a thumbs up if you understand. I also want to see what techniques you would have to, could I share the template? The template, if you go to Club Central, you'll find it there. It's as a leader, unless you are not one of the leaders, but the president and the vice president education, and I believe the secretary as well, should be able to, but you know what, I'm happy to share it. It's fine. I don't have a problem. But the point is, thank you so much, moderator. So the point is, it's there. It's on your Club Central. Right, so we're moving on to strategies and tactics. I think I've mentioned a few already. If you can tell me what you remember from what I just shared about the ways in which you can get your club to prepare its members on pathways, right? So there's a question here. How will your club prepare its new members to work in pathways? Who will be responsible for showing them around Basecamp? I think we can answer that question right now. Some of the presidents are here, some vice presidents, education are here. This is something to think about. How will you prepare your new members to work on pathways? I've noticed in my division, we have a club that takes the responsibility of always training, giving a training on pathways. And let me call the club, it's Corporate Speakers Toastmasters Club. They, at the beginning of every year, I've noticed it for the last 2-3 years now, they always give a training for their club members, but then they open the invitation to everyone in Division C, Division G, that there's a pathways training, and it's always top-notch, quality stuff. So these are ways to get your new members, and you have to do it quickly. As soon as they pay, as soon as they get their login details, make sure that this thing happens quickly so that the momentum, let me use the word of the year, the momentum moves. Once you leave them quiet for too long, honestly, they may lose track, they may lose focus, they may lose interest. So strike while the iron is hot. Get them interested in pathways. Make sure that there is a video or a time where you get everyone together in a room to actually give a training on Basecamp. Show them. Don't just tell them, show them. What are some ways to motivate members to progress through pathways? This is another good thing to think about. I would like to see comments in the chat box to the question, what are ways to motivate? That's the next page. Please forgive me. What are some ways to motivate members to progress through pathways? What are the ways to motivate them? I just need 1 or 2 answers so that we move on. We don't have much time. Recognition, that's a good one. Recognition, absolutely. Some members show support. Thank you, that's beautiful. Show support when they feel supported, recognizing educational achievement. Yes, recognition. Thank you so much. These are motivational strategies. Some people want to hear how they are doing well privately. Some don't mind being displayed publicly on their group. It motivates them. It makes them believe that they can do more. Celebrating milestones, evaluations, adding value for improvement. Some people like strong evaluations. Someone like me, I always tell my friends, please tell me the truth. I don't want to hear you're fantastic, you're amazing, you're this, you're that. So for some people, you have to study people. They want the truth, so to say. So these are ways to get them to progress through pathways. Tell them, be honest with them, be as honest as possible. Of course, you know the CRC method and then use the other strategies for the other members, recognition, either private or public. Yeah, and then as you get to know your members, you know what makes them tick. So we're moving on to the next one now, membership goals. So for the VPMs, this is your KPI. You are to bring a total of minimum 8 new people by the end of the Toastmasters year. And when I say 8, I don't mean that you should only aim for 8. They're just saying that the bare, I won't say the bare minimum, but yes, to determine that you have achieved your goals, 8 new members. They may be new, they may be from another club, excuse me, or a reinstated member. So that means, I know we said it's the VPM's responsibility, but I honestly believe that the VPPR should work hand in hand with the VPM. I say this because it is from the guests, it is from the efforts of the VPM that we are able to convert to members who the VPMs would work on, right? I know a club that they come together and they say, how many guests do we want per meeting? They actually have that vision. How many guests do we want per meeting? They will say minimum of 10 guests per meeting. Out of that 10, how many are we going to recruit? They are very deliberate. And that's one of the reasons why they have birthed so many clubs. You see, one of the things I need to add to this is you have to have that shift in mindset that this is possible, that it can be done. If other clubs are doing it, it is possible. If the goals have been set, you can do this. So a lot of this, your activities, your roles, your duties, your responsibility, if you don't have a positive mindset, if you don't have this, I can do it, or at the very least, a progressive mindset where you tell yourself, I get better every day, I promise you, it's going to be a tough journey for you. Okay, so have that mindset that this is possible. How many guests do we want? So the VPPR and the VPM, because recruitment is not for just the VPPR, it's for everybody. They come together, they do their thing on social media or whatever it is, whatever platform they choose. They bring in the guests, and the guests, they come in drones. And before you know it, people are signing up. And before you know it, before the end of the year, they have birthed 2 clubs. And you're thinking to yourself, what did they do? So when you see clubs like that, you need to investigate and find out. So these are your KPIs, VPMs. So now this is your, so you now have to ask, what are the strategies and the tactics? You're going to have to meet other clubs that are succeeding in this. That is one very strong suggestion I would make. Your club, some clubs are birthing. You have to go and meet their VPPRs and say, bros or sis, please show us the way, right? Then what is your plan to motivate current members to renew? How do you get people to renew? You have to remind them of how far they have come. How far they have come, what they have done, what they've achieved, what they've accomplished. Some people do not even know how far they've come. I always tell people, whenever I visit clubs, especially my mentees or new speakers, record yourself from your very first speech. Record yourself. So that by speech 3, 4, 5, you will see a noticeable difference. That would make anybody want to continue once they see their own progress and they know. So that's one tactic. The rest you have to think about. Let's move on quickly. Training goals. So we're looking at training goals now. So this is everybody's responsible. We have 2 training cycles. One was in July 18th, which some of you attended, and the other, some of you could not attend, and that's why you're here. So the idea is to ensure 7/7. What are the tactics? What ways can you motivate your members to attend? If you want to achieve distinguished status or SMEDLey distinguished, this is a goal. This is something you cannot escape, right? So you have to just attend the trainings, not just for sticking a goal, but for actual knowledge and insight you will get from the crop of leaders that are sharing from their experiences. Goal 10, on-time payment of membership dues accompanied by the names of 8 members, at least 3 of whom must be renewing for a period. So basically, they're saying membership dues. What obstacle does your club have in achieving its administration goals, and what can be done to overcome them? So by this time, you have studied your club, your patterns of the members, how members behave in different cycles. So by now you'd have, before the end of the year, you have an idea or a picture of the behavior of your members. So you're going to have to come up with strategies and ideas on how to get them to renew. Is it a case of, renew now before $72? For some, that is what will work for them. For others, it is apart from communication and leadership skills, you are gaining competencies, over 300 competencies. You have grown. If you show them evidence of growth, one of which could be the example I just gave earlier, videos I always tell my people, record your new members as they are speaking, record them, show them, see you here. By their fourth speech, show them, see speech 1, see speech 4. Tell me you haven't grown. And even the video evidence will not, they won't be able to deny it. And hopefully they would renew. So again, it boils down to figuring out what members want. So this club, not just what members want, but what pushes them to act. So this club success plan gives you an overall picture. It makes you think. I suggest you do it with your team. If you haven't done that already, do it with your team. Come together, have some snacks physically, or I don't know, if online is the most convenient, do so. But I would strongly suggest a physical meeting where you are sharing ideas, you're brainstorming. And then it's not a one-time thing. You can revisit this plan after 3 months, after 6 months, even after submission, revisit the plan and say, this is what we discussed about this kind of problem, or let's tweak this tactic. It's not really working for us. Do you understand? So that's what the club success plan is all about. I hope I've been able to do justice to this. About 10 minutes for questions. I'm very happy to answer them. Questions, please. Questions. Don't tell me I'm fantastic. I appreciate it, but I really want questions. I need to know that I need to give you value. So questions, please. No question.
There are multiple questions and multiple hands up. I think I saw that of Madam PQ the first. So, distinguished Toastmaster Stella George, please go ahead and ask your question.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yes, please. I just wanted to find out, why do you think that usually towards the end of the mandate, you see a lot of speakathons happening? Vis-a-vis what you've just told us now. You broke it down. I really love it. Practical. You took us through how we can plan early and achieve our goals. So why do we always have people doing speakathons towards the end of the mandate?
It's poor planning, ma'am. I think I believe it's poor planning, because if you start early, I suggest every now and then that you might throw in a speakathon, perhaps. In fact, if you plan well, speakathon, that rush of speakathon towards the end, you could actually have a speakathon after the first quarter. After the first quarter of the mandate. So perhaps in July, August, September, maybe September, October. You could have a mini speakathon. You could have that just to push things a bit. You haven't opened up the possibility this one club. You are a global, visit other clubs. You can go to other clubs and feel the vibes of other clubs, not just speaking, but also interacting with different kinds of people. These are some tactics, again, to encourage members to go out there. But if you don't do that, you find yourself doing speakathons upon speakathons. But a healthy speakathon, perhaps in the first quarter, this is just me talking now. If you plan early enough, you won't have to join the rush of speakathons at the end of the mandate. And it's not even quality stuff. We are just trying to score points. Remember that it's about your members, your growth, even your own growth too. So you don't want to find yourself just giving speech after speech just to complete, just to tick off that thing. I hope you understand me. I hope that answers your question, ma'am.
Yes, very well understood. Yes, you're spot on. So I was just speaking to someone, just recently. I said, I saw in your agenda that you're having only one speaker, and this is just the beginning of the mandate. What's happening? You understand what I'm saying? Yes, one speaker for a whole meeting. Why? And you have over 20 members. What is happening? So I assume, I hope that some of those club officers, are here, because this club there's a possibility that towards the end of the mandate, they will start rushing, because this is the beginning of the mandate and you're just having one speaker and people are traveling from different places to come to the meeting because the meeting venue is a bit far from town. So it is important that we plan and we encourage people, especially the new members. Some people don't know. Do you know that some people pay money and in 3 months, they've not delivered a speech? So leadership is supposed to inspire them, motivate them, encourage them, and remind them and let them know that you are part of the plan. Look at the plan. Your name is there. You are supposed to help us achieve this. So you have to do this. Yeah. Thank you very much for that.
Yeah. So I want to add, thank you very much, Madam P. I want to also add that, please, I want to also add that, please, the vice president's membership, just because you've been able to change from guests to members, don't just leave them like that and just say, okay, the VPE will take care of them. You have to also be part of their journey. Vice president membership is not just changing them from guests to members, just in case that's where you're thinking. You pursue their journey as well alongside the VPE who cares about them and make sure that they have mentors. You as the member, you have to ensure their experience is also being attended to, right? Pathways, every now and then remind them of why they came to Toastmasters. I just wanted to add that. I see Treasurer Farida.
Yes, there's Treasurer Farida.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So my question is, normally what happens is in the clubs, we see that they take the new members as a secretary, treasurer, and sergeant at arms. But because the club success plan is currently online, what the president, the vice president do is they fill up the part of the treasurer, secretary, and the sergeant at arms. So these members are actually not understanding, apart from the COT, they are not actually understanding or learning what exactly the club success plan is. So what do you think? Is this the right way to go ahead, or should the club be teaching them what exactly it is and then make them do it?
I totally agree with you. One of the things I had mentioned in my earlier in the training, I said that I suggest strongly that you come together as a team and fill out this club success plan. I said that it's very important. Everybody needs to be in on this. So I would strongly suggest to the president, if you're here, this is not just about the presidents and the VPEs or the VPMs. You all, including everybody, is integral to the success of the club. Everybody is integral. So that's why many people feel like sometimes these roles are lesser. They are not. If there's no SAA, there's no order in the club. There's chaos everywhere. If there's no secretary, there's no recorded history of the club's existence and activities. So whenever I visit my clubs, I always speak to the secretaries and everybody else. Everybody is just as important to the clubs, operations, to the club's success. Everyone is important. If you weren't, there wouldn't be such these rules. So it is for the president to bring his or her team together, ensure everybody is seen, recognized, acknowledged, and of course, thankfully, the club officers training should also help inform these officers of the importance and relevance of their roles. I hope that answers your question to an extent, ma'am.
Yes, thank you.
Madam Farida.
All right, so
thank you so much.
One more question in the chat box.
Yes, thank you.
Please explain the implications of missing the club success plan submission deadline. What are the implications?
The implications of missing the club success plan submission deadline. It will be assumed. I'm thinking that it will be assumed that you are not ready. I don't know the implications, the exact implications, but that may take up some points from your desired goal. If you are okay, Madam PQG, you may want to answer this. Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So the major implication is that it nullifies every other thing in terms of your goals. For instance, let me explain. The club success plan as at last year or so, it was introduced as a qualifying criteria for you to achieve all these other goals, right? So if you do not submit your club success plan as a club, no matter what you achieved, if you like, do 30 over 30, do 12 over 12, that goal will not be recorded for you. So it's very critical, very important. As a club officer, if you're here, please go back and tell your officers. You need to come together, just like our Madam Trainer has told us, come together. If it is in a Zoom call, have your club success plan filled up and submit it. For the district, we have given till the second week of, the first week of this August for District 130. This first week, please, by next week, Saturday, every club in this district should have submitted their club success plan, because if you wait till the deadline, you might miss it. And once you miss it, everything that you have done for the whole year is gone. And when I mean gone, you will not achieve either distinguished, select distinguished, president distinguished, or Smedley distinguished. The goals will be there looking at you, but you will not receive any award for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam PQD. So at this point, I thank you so much for your audience. Thank you for your participation. Most grateful. Thank you so much. And all the best in your tenure. Please look at the club success plan, fill it up, and let's get moving.
Thank you so much, distinguished Toastmaster Ejura Okpanachi. She was the president for ASU Rockstars when I joined the club. So thank you so much. You were generous enough to leave 2 minutes, 58 seconds of your time to us. So thank you so much for that. Club success plan is important from all indication. If you fail to plan, you're already planning to fail. So plan, document, submit. They say whatever is worth doing is worth doing well. So if you do it, document it. If it's not documented, it was never done. And if it's documented at your end and nobody else sees it, it's also as good as not done. So document and send in time. If we have questions, let's write those questions down. We are getting to the end of this training, and ensure you drain all the facilitators from the wealth of experience and knowledge you're sharing today before you let them go. So at this point, I will be making welcome my co-moderator to welcome the next trainer. Back to you, Toastmaster Josephine Agolo.
Okie dokie then. Have I unmuted myself? Please confirm you can hear me.
Loud and clear.
All right. Thank you very much, the African Guru, Toastmaster Abdul Karim, for all that you've been doing in the course of this session. In fact, because of you, I'm having a fantastic time here at this club makeup club officers training. Thank you very much. The double DTM. Hey, Mom, when will I be like you? Will I ever grow? The double DTM. Ejura, thank you for that insightful session. You have shown us that the club success plan is more than a document. It's a roadmap that helps clubs set goals, stay focused, and achieve success. We definitely, most graciously appreciate your time, your expertise, and your commitment to helping our club officers do better. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished Toastmaster, a healthy team gives us the right people, quality meetings gives us meaningful experience, marketing helps people discover our clubs, a club success plan gives us direction. There's something equally important. A roadmap alone doesn't move a vehicle. Someone still has to drive, and that driver needs the right knowledge, the right skills, and also the right mindset. Ladies and gentlemen, this is exactly what education provides. Education transforms good intentions into confident actions. Education equips us to serve more effectively. Education ensures that while our clubs are growing, you, all of us, we are all growing. And there is no better educational journey within the Toastmasters ecosystem than Pathways. Ladies and gentlemen, before I will introduce us to our next, the last but not least facilitator, I want to ask a question. When was the last time you completed a project that genuinely challenged you? Mine was level 4, but I'm scared of level 5. I'm actually using one eye, in fact, a bombastic eyesight to look at level 5. When I'm looking at the chat channel, when was the last time you actually did a project that challenged you? And that time was just last mandate. I don't even know when I will start the next. When was the last time? Oh, level 5, but that makes 2 of us. That makes 2 of us. Who else? When was the last time you actually did a project that challenged you? A project that pushed you outside your comfort zone and made you think differently? Just one person, level 5. Okie dokie then. All right. For all the projects you don't say, dynamic leadership, lead a team and perform 360 degrees evaluation. That is level 4, I think, or is it level 5? Yes, we are so many on this boat. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us. And that actually leads us to our next facilitator for today, who will help us see how we can do this even better and see that it's actually a walk in the park by the time he shows us the tricks and the tips. Our next facilitator is someone who is my boss and will always remain my boss. Working with him made my role as an area director, I'll say it every other time, a walk in the park. Kindly mute if you're not speaking to us. Thank you very much. And he's someone who has dedicated himself to developing leaders and strengthening Toastmasters Club. He's the immediate past division director of the distinguished Division D, where he provided leadership to 31 Toastmasters Club, championing leadership, development, member experience, recognition, and club experience. Ladies and gentlemen, you need to see one aspect of my house. Like, this person just, I don't even know the best word for him. Embarrassed me with awards. He recognizes hard work. Even if it's a small thing that you do, he will definitely see it and recognize it. Professionally, he's a PM Certified Associate Director in a passive telecommunications infrastructure company, leading strategic initiatives in operational excellence, service delivery, and business transformation. He's passionate about mentorship and intentional leadership and believes that the greatest legacy of a leader is the leaders they develop. An avid reader and mentor is committed to building stronger leaders, stronger teams, and stronger communities through purposeful leadership and meaningful influence. Ladies and gentlemen, to welcome to the spotlight, please use your favorite emoticon, as this individual will take us through pathways and education. The very distinguished Toastmaster
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Moderator. Am I audible?
Yes, absolutely, sir. You are.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think if you want somebody to perform at their best, you should get them to be introduced by Toastmaster Josephine. Because after this introduction now, I cannot follow anybody's handle. So thank you for putting me under pressure. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, fellow Toastmasters leaders. I would like to acknowledge the leadership of the district today, led by our amiable Program Quality Director, distinguished Toastmaster Stella George. Of course, this makeup training is brought to us under the leadership of distinguished Toastmaster Nduke Usoro, our chair for the Education and Training Committee under the district PQD team. She is a wonderful leader. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you as well for the opportunity. We've had an amazing time today. We've had a plethora of sessions to equip our club officers, from building a healthy club to club success plan to marketing, as well as the what's the other one now? I forgot. Quality club meetings. Yes, that was a very interesting session. Thank you so much, our facilitators. I think a lot of things that I'll be talking about have been discussed by them, so they've made my work a little bit easier today as well. So thank you very much. Of course, our moderators, the African Guru himself, our superhuman Josephine Agolo. She's the immediate past area director who won the area director of the year last mandate. So yes, she's a superhuman being. The way she operates is like godlike level. So thank you so much for bringing your energy to today's session. Of course, our club officers, today is your day. This is for you. Thank you for being here. I think when I think of club success, and the fact that you are all here tells us what to expect from you, the attitude expected from the clubs, as well as the success that we envisage to attain in this district, this mandate. We have 189 clubs, and I see no reason why all 189 clubs cannot be distinguished at the end of the mandate. So thank you for being here. Today we will talk about pathways. Yes, so exciting. Pathways. Pathways. Let me look at the emoticon button. Let me see who is excited about this. I have not seen anybody excited about today's session. Okay, one person is excited. Okay, let's do something. In the chat box, right? Can you type for me what the first thing that comes to your mind is? When you hear pathways, what comes to your mind? Just one word in the chat box. Let's see. One word, pathways. LMS, okay, Learning Management System. Development, okay, by Daniel Dumbo. Who else? Work. Okay, Toastmaster Shehu. Josephine says educational learning. Okay. Projects. All right. These are all serious words. Resources. Wonderful, Nabila. Timothy Koya says school. All over again. Our very own IPP, Ruben says learning. Okay. Base camp by Toastmaster Ufonime. Our district logistics officer says growth. All right. Thank you so much for that. See, I think one of the most misconceptions about pathways is that it's something that we have to overcome, right? When I joined Toastmasters, it was at the era of CC. So pathways came, and it was a little bit difficult to navigate at the beginning. So we had to have pathways ambassadors assigned, and then they had to take us through how to actually achieve the objective of pathways. So in today's session, I want us to move from that mindset of, work. I like that growth, learning track. I think that's wonderful, Toastmaster Sandrine. I want us to move from that mindset of work or additional stress, because some people are quite confused about this. Some people are even kind of reluctant about pathways. So I want us to move from that mindset to more familiarity or clear or simple, right? That's what I want us to achieve with this session. And this is not going to be a Basecamp tutorial. It's not going to be a pathways software enrollment exercise. We will not be going through the platform itself. It's something that we will do afterwards, but I want us to discuss something even more important, which is how to make pathways work for us and work for our clubs. This is the objective of this session. So we will, as much as possible, make it interactive. So I want you to get your chat boxes ready and even ready to speak. This is the last session and we have 40 minutes. So I want us to have a bit of fun in this session. And by the end, we would move from being confused about pathways to being clear. And let's see how we can make this work. Let's even see how we can use the pathways itself to improve ourselves as well as our clubs. Like I said, a lot has been said about success, but pathways finds itself in that mix. All the sessions today that we talked about, I would show you how pathways is linked, but I don't want us to think of pathways as an additional exercise to overcome. No, it's already interwoven in what we have to do to achieve success in our clubs, right? So yes, so the title, I was told to do pathways, but I thought, let's even change the title from the beginning. So let's move from confusion to completion and helping members succeed in pathways. And we would see how we all come together to make it happen. Now, there's something else I want us to do. A quick question. Has anybody, I know Toastmaster, distinguished Toastmaster Ubong Yang asked us why we joined Toastmasters, and I don't remember seeing anything about pathways. So I want to ask us again, why did we join Toastmasters? Especially for those that have not answered before. I'm looking at the chat box so I can see. For those that haven't answered, why is it that you joined Toastmasters? It doesn't, you could repeat sessions, you could repeat an answer that was said before, but I want to see from you personally, why is it that you joined? A lot of us joined Toastmasters after we came across Toastmasters and then we attended the meeting and then we experienced what I like to call the shock factor. And then we joined, right? So why is it, what exactly made us join Toastmasters? Why did we join? Let me take one or two responses on the chat. Okay, communication and leadership, beautiful. Toastmaster Eniobong. Josephine says networking, beautiful. Nobody said pathways. Nobody has said they joined Toastmasters because they wanted to achieve level 3. Nobody said, oh, I wanted to do level 1. That's why they joined. I haven't seen it, even when DTM Ubong Kenyang was doing his session. Nobody joined for the excitement of achieving projects. In fact, the moderator said one of the most stressful things she's ever experienced was level 5, right? So nobody joined Toastmasters in order to do pathways or to even interact with pathways. They joined Toastmasters to achieve something, right? Exactly, yes, Toastmasters Agitari. We found out about pathways after we joined Toastmasters. That's how we found out about pathways. So that wasn't the reason why we joined, right? Very good. So this leads us to our next slide. It's not about, we didn't join for pathways. We joined to transform, to become better individuals, to learn communication, to learn networking, to meet other people, to improve confidence and speaking skills, right? That's why we joined. Now, pathways is what takes us there. I think Josephine put it beautifully when she said, the driver, the journey is pathways, but the driver is you. So pathways is what takes us to transformation. It's not the destination. So when we talk about pathways, we're not talking about enrolling in pathways because you want to understand pathways or because you want to do pathways or because you want to interact with pathways. No. Pathways is something that we pass through to achieve our objective. That transformation that you seek, you have to go through pathways. That leadership, you have to go through pathways. And you know what the beautiful news is? You are the vehicle, you are the driver of that vehicle. So pathways, I want to change our mindset. It's not the destination, right? It's simply what takes us to that destination, right? So as long as we're clear about that, we can move on. So what exactly is pathways itself? Right? What exactly is pathways? Pathways is a structured learning experience. One of my pathways mentors would always say, pathways is not a curriculum, it's an experience. Pathways is a structured learning journey or a structured learning experience that transforms members into better communicators and leaders. Simple. Nothing more, nothing less. Every other thing is just cheese, right? A structured learning experience that transforms members into better communicators and leaders. That's it. Simple. Nothing much, nothing to stress about. It's really that simple, right? So I want us to think of it this way. We put so much importance into, oh, I don't know how to do pathways, oh, I don't know how to engage with it, oh, I don't know how to. It's not your objective. Your objective is just to understand it enough to achieve your objective. And that's why it's important for us to spend a bit of time here. The moment you start thinking of pathways as the reason or the journey, or the the destination or the end game of those sessions, then you've missed the part. And then it becomes more difficult for people to actually progress in pathways, which then becomes more difficult for people to actually achieve their objective of joining Toastmasters, right? Okay, so the next slide is we'll talk about the biggest myth of pathways. I know a lot of us are thinking, especially for those that said work, oh, pathways is not, let them bring CC now. Where's ACB? Where's CL? Where is the old program? Let's bring it back. This pathways is not doing anything for me. We're not going anywhere with it. I struggle to understand it. Oh, I'm so confused. Now, pathways itself, it doesn't fail. The pathway system is fine as it is. If it wasn't fine, other people would not be progressing. The reason why it fails is because people do. We are the reason why we are failing with pathways, not the pathways platform itself. We as club leaders now have the onus of creating an environment where people can succeed through pathways. So if we leave people to themselves to deal with it, it will not happen. If we don't create structures and systems or cultures in place to actually help people to achieve the objectives of joining the organization, it will not happen. So if we are not intentional about making sure that we create that platform, then we are going to struggle. And the bad news is educational goals, there's 6 of them. In order for you to achieve the DCP goals, in order for you to be successful, you must achieve an educational goal. The minimum number of goals to achieve success is 5, right, out of the 10. The only thing you can do, the administration and training, and the other one are 4. So you must achieve a pathways goal in order for you to be successful. So you cannot avoid it. So what do we do? Let's even embrace it. Let's own this pathways thing. It's ours, right? Let's create atmosphere. Let's create a system where people will be able to grow with the systems that we've put in place through the Pathways program itself, right? So this, again, like I said, this is not going to be a Pathways tutorial. It's going to be how to maximize Pathways for ourselves. The tutorial is not as important as we think it's going to be in order for us to achieve our objectives. When I joined Toastmasters, when Pathways came in 2018, instead of going through Instagram or Facebook, I'm a nerd, right? So I went to TI. TI is what I go to when I get bored. So I opened the thing, I opened the website, I look at Basecamp, I'll click things and I go back. Maybe the worst case is I'm not gonna get sick, I won't get lost, nothing will happen. I can always go back, right? So I click, and I found out about things on Basecamp that I was now able to ask more questions from, and then they will clarify to me. So anybody can learn about pathways. What we need to do is just to nudge them, guide them, set up sessions to discuss with them, improve them. DTM, Ejura said, there's a club that sets up a pathways training every mandate, at the beginning of the mandate for their club members. These are things that we can do to improve the usability of the platform itself. But if we don't create systems to enable people to grow, then it becomes a waste. What's the point of knowing how to use pathways, but you're not speaking, or you're not growing, or you're not achieving the objective that brought you to Toastmasters, which circles around transformation, right? So that's what we want to discuss today. So quickly, let me just on the chat, let me hear you. What do you think? Why do you think members stop progressing in pathways? Because we have quite a number of complaints from members in clubs that are saying that, oh, I don't know how to, I'm struggling with pathways. Please, can you help me? So what are those things that are making members to stop progressing? What do we think are the things that are stopping members from growing in pathways? Let's see what we think on the chat. You can just write a word or a sentence. It depends on. Okay, Christiana says fear. Okay, fear of pathways itself. Okay, that's good. Let's see, before the end of the session, maybe we can turn that fear into, I don't know, embrace. If you stop fearing something, what's the opposite? You love it? Maybe let's even see if we can turn that to love, right? Oh, I love pathways now. Who else? Let's take 1 or 2 responses before we continue. Insufficient mentoring. Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful, Mr. LM. We have the treasurer for Garden City support. Okay, yes, Daniel Lembo. So support is a problem. That's one of the reasons why people stop. All right. Lack of club collaboration and mentorship pushings. Beautiful. All right. So I think it's in line with what I have here. What I have here is confused. Quite a number of people are confused. They don't really know what to do. What's next? What's the next thing to do? oh, where have they gone? Where have they, what have they done, right? And what's the next thing for them to do? They don't. How do they interact with the pathways? They don't know how to do it. Once they start talking to different people, they start hearing different things, right? So now they become even more confused. Busy. Yes, quite a number of our members are busy. Let's face it, the truth is you have a life, you have work, you probably have a side hustle, or you have, a bigger hustle, if you like. You have a family to cater to. You also have some responsibilities assigned to you, and then you are a Toastmaster, and then you happen to be a club officer, and then you have to speak, and then you have to actually progress in pathways. Of course, you are busy, right? So these are one of the reasons why members stop. Joy Ojakovo, our AD, says time and scheduling schedules. Exactly. Of course, some members are unsupported. I think Daniela mentioned it in the chat box support. Our members are not supported with pathways. Let me give you a scenario. Somebody joins Toastmasters, somebody who is very enthusiastic. Maybe they managed to do level 1, the icebreaker project, and then that's it. Nobody follows up whether they've done their second part, their second project. Nobody follows up to find out where they are, what they aspire to do, how they can be navigated. Nobody even sets targets, for example, for those kinds of members to actually progress. So they feel unsupported. And you know what the effect is of these things? Members start to lose enthusiasm, and then when it's time for renewal, it's difficult to retain them, right? So it's very important to be able to link this to what we are doing as a club. So what we've discussed, I think distinguished Mr. Chooks mentioned it when he talked about quality meetings. He said the meetings are not for the club or the members only. It's an addition for guests to be able to join the meeting. The reason why we are focusing on guests is because if we are not able to get the numbers retained for our membership, for our club success, we have to get new members. On a given, we do have to get new members actually, but the moment we start scrambling for guests to join meetings or do conversions, it's because we're not able to retain our members. And that's why it's very important for us to make that support available for our club members to be able to progress. Of course, unrecognized. This is one of the things that I like to pay attention to. Have you ever done something? Maybe, let's say, you even go the extra mile of achieving level 2 in your club. A whole level 2. Level 2 is like more than 8 speeches. You've delivered more than 8 speeches, and nobody says anything. Nobody recognizes it. It's almost as if it's an everyday occurrence, right? Nobody says anything to you. Nobody says, oh, well done. Nobody pats you in the back because it's really not easy to achieve. Do you know what it means to do 8 speeches? Let me tell you, when I joined Toastmasters, it took me almost 1 full year to achieve level 1. It became so much so that my club leaders were making me feel guilty for not achieving. They said, you, this guy, you have the potential, you have everything you're doing, you're supposed to do, but you're not speaking. And I said, yes, let me just play the role. Maybe I can speak when I play the role. They said, no, it's not the same as actually delivering a speech. So I know firsthand what it means to actually deliver a speech. It's not easy. So you've done 8 of them, and nobody even says, oh, well done, or oh, you did well, thank you, or something, right? Of course, somebody might get demotivated, and it's valid. There are some people that thrive on recognition, right? So very important to pay attention to this. Unchallenged. This is one of my favorite. You see, I think I came across. I was talking to one of my friends when we were talking about Distinguished Toastmaster, right? The DTM award itself. When I joined and I found out about DTM, I was like, wow, that's a lot of work. It would take me at least 5 years to do this thing. And then in the middle of that conversation, we just found out about somebody who has achieved 2 Distinguished Toastmaster awards. That was QP, Oladele Olunike. The man has achieved 2. So I was thinking, so if it's going to take 5 years to do one, somebody has even done 2. Wow, that means there's a lot of opportunity for growth. And then before you know it, we've seen a couple of people do that. Even on this call, we have a double Distinguished Toastmaster, our very own division director, DTM Ejura. So there are some things that if you're not challenged to do, you probably might not do them. I've seen people achieve level 1 and they've stopped progressing because they feel unchallenged. I've seen people achieve one entire path, and then they've stopped there because they're not being challenged to actually progress and do more. If nobody has ever come to you and told you that, oh, I believe you're capable of more, then it's difficult for you to even believe it, right? There are a lot of people that don't even know or have an idea of the potential that they wield unless somebody tells them. If they were told, then they would know, right? So let's have this at the back of our minds. Yes, I agree. Curate special meetings to go over the ways to navigate pathways. I agree with you, absolutely. And mentorship, exactly. We'll talk about mentorship in a bit, but that's a very good point, with Osmos Adegwa. So it's important to say that, oh, you know what? In addition to one path or two, you can even do three. You can do all the paths. I later found out that you can actually do all the paths, right? So it's something that for me is a challenge. Let's even see how many paths I can do myself. And yeah, we'll see how it goes in that journey. So I want to be able to challenge myself to say that let me see if I have what it takes to do this, and then let's see how that goes. So these are the reasons why members stop. So we need to start changing that narrative. Let's minimize confusion. Let's see how we can help them. Let's see how we can support, recognize, and challenge our members. And we would start seeing more engagement with pathways. So now, why should club officers care? Why should I care about pathways or why members stop? Because it helps retain your members. When your members are growing, they will stay. If a member is achieving levels, speaking, closing projects, and progressing in pathways, you are more likely to retain that member. That way, you can now start seeing more growth. I like when they say I think it was distinguished Mr. Ubong. He was talking about DTM Unduke Osoro. She's a very inspirational leader. He talked about how she led from being a club officer to area leader to district. She served as a division director. She's now serving under the district. So she's progressing, right? So it's easy for us to see that, oh, so it's possible to do that. And it's inspiring because then it now helps us to actually progress. So one of the things that helps us to retain our members is that possibility of progression and growth. We can say that, okay, in light of this, we are now able to keep our members and get them to renew their dues, right? Distinguished clubs, of course, in order for you to be successful as a club, you have to achieve certain KPIs, which is the DCP. And in order for you to do that, you have to have education goals. I mentioned it before, you cannot be a distinguished club without achieving an educational goal. And in order for you to achieve the educational goal, you must progress through pathways. So it's not an optional thing. Pathways is a mandatory aspect of Toastmasters that we have to understand and then maximize to our advantage as club officers. Of course, stronger leaders. Somebody achieving level 1 today will be an area director tomorrow. You know how it means. You know what it means when it's time for a club leader's appointment. Some struggle to get leaders, some don't, because they're intentional about leading and creating leaders, right? Okay, so now, I wanted to ask a question before I open this slide. Okay, but I think you've all seen the answer now. I would have asked to say who is the biggest responsibility of pathways? Who is the officer that has the most important responsibility of making sure pathways progresses? But now that I've displayed the answer, I want us to look at the screen. I want us to pay attention to this slide a little bit. If you can see here, you would see that all the club officers are responsible for pathways. We're not going to segregate to say, this person is that, this person is that. No, it's not working in isolation. Toastmaster John Onumiya said, you want to move your teams from being unhealthy to healthy. And the healthier your teams, the more chances you have of achieving success. And one of the things you can do that is not to isolate yourself, get to know each other, right? So now, if you're building that camaraderie of a healthy team, then you cannot be saying, oh, this is the VPE's job. It's not my problem. Let them do it. Or no, this is the SA's job. It's not my problem. Let them go and handle it. No, you work together, right? So for pathways, it's the same. The president creates that culture of learning and improvement for pathways, especially by even going through the progress themselves. The VPE is the one who drives the pathways progress because the VPE has access to the back end. They've seen what everybody is doing. They've seen everybody's path. They know exactly what is required for everybody to achieve what it is that they want to achieve. In the club success plan by Tosamsa Ejura, you can see those first 6 educational goals. You have to identify the people that will achieve those goals for you and align with them that they will do that, right? So the VPE is instrumental in that particular aspect. Of course, she also said the VPM should not just onboard members and allow them. No, also work with them to follow up with their pathways journeys. Who says you can't do that, right? So the VPM, you want to match goals to pathways, especially why it is what they told you that they want to achieve. Oh, I really want to be a better coach. Okay, so maybe you should explore effective coaching, or I'm not humorous. Maybe it would be a bad idea to explore my humorous side when I make presentations or when I speak in public. You could recommend that path for them, right? Of course, celebration of achievements is the VPPR's responsibility, or the VPPR department, or the publicity department, if you like. Very important to do that. If we're not celebrating achievements, we are not motivating people. Of course, secretary tracks record. I think somebody mentioned about what doesn't get documented doesn't get done. And I thought that was a beautiful analogy. Of course, the secretary tracks records. The treasurer ensures renewals, because the more we renew, the more we engage with pathways. Of course, the Sergeant at Arms creates a welcoming environment. Have you ever attended a club meeting and they didn't greet you well, and then you were feeling kind of left out? And then you attended a different meeting and then they were all over your business and you're like, oh wow, these guys are amazing. So yeah, that's the difference between what an SAA does and a good SAA and an essay that requires improvement, right? So it's very important to have this at the back of our minds. It's not just one officer or two, it's everybody's responsibility. And I always say, I look at these things as platforms, as pillars. When I look at the club officers list, I don't see president, VPE, VPM, secretary. I see education, publicity, and membership. 3 pillars working together. So much so that without one, everything crumbles, right? If it's not possible, I think I can say this with my full chest, to see a club that is struggling and the membership or education or publicity or 2 of them, a combination of 2 or all 3 of them that are having problems. It's very unlikely. The chances of that happening are like 0.0001, right? And unfortunately for us, these 3 have to work together. So it's the offices that we are supporting, not just individuals. So the moment we start thinking of it that way, pathways becomes even easier to adopt. So much so that everybody now becomes responsibility for that adoption of pathways. And you know what else? Why is it that on Club Central, TI are giving club officers the opportunity to see members that have enrolled in pathways or not, right? Because the moment we can see, it's even a metric. I think the district measures it. Last year, when I was division director, my PK and I we were talking, we discovered that when the report came out, we were like the 4th or 5th. We're like, no, Division D doesn't belong in this area. Let's do something about that. So we had to start working together to deliberately improve the pathways adoption across our clubs. So TI are giving you that functionality so that you can see that the more members that are enrolled in pathways, the higher chances of them actually beginning to progress. And the more they start achieving level 1, the higher chances of them actually going ahead to complete the entire path, which now translates into progress on the DCP, right? Which now makes the club to be distinguished, which now makes the area, district, region, and TI itself to be distinct, to be successful as an entity, right? So my fellow officers, pathways is the heartbeat of our educational system. And without it, it becomes a challenge for us to actually progress with our transformation agenda and the reason why people join Toastmasters, right? So now, what should every club do? 5 things I recommend. Not much, just simple things. I think I mentioned about, Odegwa mentioned about mentorship. You want to assign mentors early. You want to celebrate every level completion. You want to track pathways monthly. I think one of the clubs I belong to, late Toastmasters, Montelink, they did something so beautifully last mandate. Every month, they come at the end of the meeting for the month, they now talk about the progress and they celebrate people that actually achieved the levels in pathways. And I thought that was a wonderful, wonderful initiative. And this is something that we can adopt, widely across the district. Schedule projects intentionally. When I was club VPE about maybe 5-6 years ago, what I did was, because I felt so powerful, right? I assigned projects. I just tell you, okay, you are doing level 2 by September. You are doing level 4 by November. You are doing level 1 in 2 months, right? And that's how I did it. And we were able to achieve something in that area. So we were being intentional about it, right? Just assign and follow up and make sure we actually do achieve those objectives. Of course, you want to talk about education at every meeting, something as simple as 5 minutes or 10, discuss education, because that's one of the most important elements of Toastmasters, right? So these are things that I think every club officer should do. If you're unable to take a screenshot or a picture, you will get the slides. I will share this with DTM Nduke, and she would find a way to make sure everything goes to everybody. Now, recognition. I want to talk a little bit about recognition. I'm a little bit out of time, but I'll just take 2 more minutes. You see recognition. what gets recognized gets repeated. What is that thing that you want to be done more of? Whatever it is, recognize it. You see, for clubs that are not being intentional about recognition, and let me tell you, something as simple as when somebody achieves, for me, I would have said if anybody achieves a project, let them be recognized, though, but that's going to be too much because there are lots of projects. So anytime somebody achieves a level, let them be recognized. I know this is happening in clubs, lots of our clubs, but for clubs that don't do that, please, I beg, let's make sure that every time a level is achieved, it's recognized. Because if we do that, then we now get more levels to be achieved. And you know what? The mentors that work with those individuals, let's also recognize them. That's one of the things that I noticed that they do in the Uyo Toastmasters community. Those guys are amazing. They have a system, an intentional system of growth. So much so that mentors are being recognized as alongside individuals that achieve their objectives. So the mentors that we are recognizing, we are even encouraging that mentorship spirit in our platforms, in our clubs, in our areas. And it's important to have that at the back of our minds. Recognition changes behavior. So if we want pathways adoption, let's recognize pathways adoption. The district have given us a cheat. They are actually measuring pathways enrollment. So let's follow the leadership, the footstep of our leadership, and translate that to clubs. And we never know where that takes us, right? So it's very important. So now, finally, before I go, the challenge is this. There are a bunch of things you can do before the next meeting, but I have one idea that I think can help us. And I think I got this idea from, I forgot the name of the club, but this was back in the day. I think it was GE Toastmasters or Resolute. Every meeting, there are 2 people that are called Pathways Ambassadors. Those 2 people, they understand Pathways a little bit more and they understand the software. Now we'll talk about the software itself, right? At the end of the meeting, they've dedicated 10 minutes each meeting to make sure that they've taken 2 other people through Pathways. At the end of that 10 minutes, those 2 people become the Pathways Ambassadors for the next meeting. So what their job is at the next meeting, they would take 2 people who are not familiar with Pathways and they would take them through Pathways in 10 minutes. Now, those people that they've taken through will become the next Toastmasters Pathways Ambassadors for the meeting. And that's how it became a culture. So before you know it, in the first 6 months, every single person in the club is aware and understands the software itself of Pathways. All right. So this is how big actions, small actions lead us to big results. So yes, this is it in a nutshell, Pathways and how we can maximize it. Thank you so much. If we want to learn the software, talk to our club president or VPE. They can help us to understand the software a little bit, but this session wasn't about it. It was about how we can even maximize the Pathways itself to make it work for our members. So thank you so much. Thank you. It's time for Q&A. I hope we have enough time for it. So please, we can ask our questions, Madam Moderator. Over to you. Thank you.
And yes, we can ask our question. Thank you very graciously, distinguished Toastmaster Abubakar Gimba, for that insight you shared with us. As regards Pathways, you've actually demystified it because sometimes we feel that someone said it's like a burden. It's actually an opportunity for growth. As you keep on taking one speech or one level or the other, you see yourself growing from a better speaker to whatever you want, maybe perhaps a champion. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to ask any question because anytime I ask a question, nobody asks a question. We still have a few minutes. Any question, please unmute and ask your question or drop on the chat channel. I will gracefully read it.
If people don't ask questions to me, I will ask you.
Okie dokie, sir. Any question? Like this went home and dry. When a new member joins Toastmaster, they need to curate specific meeting to go over the way to navigate the pathways and submit the projects, the guidance. By doing that, you have gotten a mentor that will mentor others as well. Thank you so much for that contribution, Odigor. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Any question? Since there is no question, Mr. Facilitator, distinguished Toastmaster Gimba, you might go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you very much. Oh, I was just joking. I wanted to scare people so that somebody will be like, let him not ask me. But I think now that I have the opportunity, let me even go to the chat box. You know what? One of the things I really like about being serving as not Toastmaster, Table Topics Master of the Day. All those people that have called me to do table topics out of the blue and they put me on the spot, and they know themselves. I get to call them and put them on the spot as well. So, and in today's session, if you know that you've ever called me to do table topics, you know yourself. Let's not even. I will call you up and I'll ask you a very difficult question. So I'm still giving us an opportunity to ask before I go ahead and ask. And don't even think that, oh, he doesn't know me. I think I know quite a number of people on this call, and I don't need to know you. I just look at your name, and if it's a name that sounds like you've called me to do table topics before or someone else, the day of reckoning is upon us. But before I do that, I will say though that you see, one of the Pathways platform itself is a lot easier than we think. It's really not. Somebody was asking me about the progress. He said, "Oh, I saw that there were I was progressing. I've done level 2, but I'm only seeing 15% or 20% on the progress bar." Then I told him, "No, yeah, because you haven't completed the level 2. So the moment you complete it, it will start showing on the progress bar itself that you have completed it. So it's not something that requires you to have any special knowledge or any special technical skills. It's something that the moment you go to the platform itself, you will be able to access it. If you've never been enrolled before, the moment you open the platform, you would see enroll. So do the assessment, choose a path and enroll, wait for 15 minutes, open Basecamp, actually access the path and start going through the guide. And please, going forward, before you deliver a speech, make sure you go through the guide on Pathways. There's lots of information. There are so many things on that guide that if you do that, your engagement with your mentor would be a little bit less. I have done facilitations outside of Toastmasters with content from Toastmasters. And every time I do this, somebody would be like, "Oh, wow, that's amazing." I'm like, "No, it's not. It's from TI." So we are sitting on gold, guys. We are sitting on gold. The amount of content that is on Basecamp is lots, is second to none. So please, let's explore. In our spare time, let's open up, let's see it, especially if you have a laptop. A laptop gives you more functionality. It gives you a wide array of stimulation. Of course, you'll be able to see a bigger screen and all that. Even if you don't, you can still join with the mobile, but a laptop is more preferable, especially at the beginning, to become more familiar with the platform. Then you can now start using your phone if that's what you prefer. But yeah, think of a laptop, engage more, open the platform, explore it, and you realize that you don't even need anybody to tell you to take you through anything. Right, but of course, we understand that we are busy. We know we're not lazy, we're just busy. So we need to find a way to be more intentional about it. And yeah, let's see. One of my club members, my club presidents for Lighthouse, she set up something just last week on Pathways, and we had a good number of people join, and we were able to actually take them through the software itself. But you are club officers now. You're big boys and girls. So yours is to actually understand how to make it work and go through the platform on your own, explore it, learn it, and see how you can improve your club members. But this mandate, I'm very confident that we will all be distinguished, all 189 clubs. I believe it, and I know we can do this. So let's use Pathways to our advantage and maximize and improve ourselves. So I think we can end the session, Madam Moderator. We don't have any question. So I will not torture anybody today. It's a Saturday, it's a beautiful weekend. So let's enjoy our weekends and let's move our clubs to distinguished status by all the things that we've learned today. And who knows, the sky is the limit. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the distinguished Toastmaster Abubakar Gimba. Thank you. Your presentation has actually encouraged us to embrace continuous learning and make the most of our growth journey. Actually, we are sitting on a gold mine. Thank you for exposing that to us. We appreciate your wisdom, your experience, and your valuable insights. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of this makeup training. I don't know how you feel. My books, my notepad is filled with so many things that I will use moving forward as a club officer. I want to say a very, very big thank you to all of our facilitators for all that you have shared with us today. Thank you for the powerful and wonderful reminders that will help us do better in our personal and leadership growth. Distinguished Toastmasters, please let's appreciate ourselves too for being here since 9 a.m. right up until now. You see the way we are craving for growth. I believe that with things that we have shown today, we will do and take our clubs. The distinguished Toastmaster Abubakar said distinguished. No, smelly distinguished. We will repeat or we repeat what we did. What best districts we can do even more. Perhaps they will bring something like Rapsy Smedley Award, and I'm sure that we are going to meet with that. Thank you, everyone, our facilitators, for the enriching experience you've given us today. We are grateful. As we prepare to close, let's reflect on today's journey. We've explored building healthy teams, creating quality meetings, marketing our clubs, developing effective club success plan, following it up, not just develop it, but following it up back to back, and embracing pathways for continuous growth. One final question I will ask each and every one of us. 6 months from today, what will be different because you attended this training? What will actually be different because you actually attend this training? Will your meetings improve? Will your members become more engaged? Will your club grow stronger? Or will you become a better leader? Ladies and gentlemen, whatever your answer is, don't let today's learning remain in your notes. Take it back to your clubs, apply it, share it, improve it. Why is that? Training does not transform clubs. Leaders who apply them definitely do. Within the next 7 days, choose one idea from today's training and put it into action. Small, consistent steps create lasting impact. I want to thank the very delectable Toastmaster Nduke, the education chef, for the opportunity to do this. It's been a pleasure. And thank you, Toastmaster Abdul Karim, for the opportunity to work alongside with you this part. It's been an amazing time. I feel so good, like you said to me, perfectly. I'm enjoying myself. And it's back to you, my
co-moderator. Are you not fantastic? Toastmaster Josephine. Toastmaster Josephine with the energy. I love your energy. I love the way you just bring everything to life. Thank you so much for infusing energy into your role this afternoon from this part of the world. If you're joining in from this part of the world, it's been an engaging training session, having to start with the brilliant welcome remark from distinguished Toastmaster Nduke, welcoming and captivating us into what we're to expect. Then we started with building a healthy team. We moved on to quality club meetings, discussing what marketing is about. Then we talked about the club success plan and pathways and the education. Thank you so much. A lot of value to take home from this, and I've truly enjoyed myself. I enjoyed the training. It's been 4 to 5 hours of bliss. So thank you for that. A lot of value shared this afternoon. Before I call on our hosts, I would like to say it's been a pleasure, and I would like to connect with each and every one of us. We are Toastmasters, and please, as we are going to imbibe what we've learned in our clubs, let's endeavor to imbibe what we've learned in our individual lives. Toastmaster alone, I joined Toastmasters in 2022, and I can promise you a lot has happened from there. My brand Skills to Good started from that venture. So utilize this, put it in your personal life. People that are not in Toastmasters, they should see you and ask, what happened? What changed? Right? That's another way to bring guests to Toastmasters. That's another way to convert guests to Toastmasters. So don't just practice this in the community. When you come to your club, you want a quality club meeting agenda in place and all of that. But at work, you don't care about the agenda. You don't care what the goal is. You're just there to do what you're there to do, and you focus on building the Toastmaster. So you should reflect on the Toastmaster and also reflect in your personal life. So please connect with me. Same name, Abdul Hakim Adeza Abdul Karim. Connect with Justina Agolo. Same name. The attendance was just reshared. So please feel free to fill that again at the closing. This is the closing segment. I noticed during the course of the training today, questions kept coming up around the individual roles. So it's possible that we are not clear on the rules and what's expected of each role. So if you're not clear on your role, how exactly will you execute that office? I'll be calling on our convener to respond to that question, as she also give us a closing remark. So thank you so much. It's been an honor serving in this capacity, and permits me to welcome back on stage distinguished Toastmaster Nduke Usoro. You're welcome, and please let's celebrate her. Use your emoji, emoticons, and the likes. Let's keep it coming. Keep your screen busy, and let's keep the chat box busy too. Celebration.
Thank you. The moderators of today's session, Toastmaster Adiza and Toastmaster Agolo, thank you for engaging us throughout this session. I'm wondering, the participants of this training or the moderators, who are the ones that enjoyed this training more? Keep the answers to yourselves, and I would engage on that earlier. So because our time is fast spent, I would just like to know, are there particular questions or clarifications club leaders would want to have concerning their roles? If there are particular questions, just unmute and ask the question so we can let you go. It looks like everyone is conversant with his or her role. Would I say so? So you can keep off the chat room and just unmute and say anything you wish to say. That makes life easy for you at the moment. And I know you have to go, so you're tired. So while we're thinking of that, if we have club presidents on this call, I want you club presidents to know that you're the chief executive officers of your club. Everything rises and falls on leadership. We hear that every time. And who takes responsibility when the club is doing well? The president. Who takes responsibility when the club is not doing well? The president. Who is meant to lead the club to distinguished status? Smedley distinguished status is the president. So I enjoin all presidents, go study all club roles, be sure of everyone's role so you can guide every other member of your team. That said, I do not want to keep you longer. All I want to say to our club leaders this afternoon is, when you move out of here, please go and execute all you have learned. If you implement what you have learned today, you would definitely come out successful on the 30th of June, 2027. And remember, your job doesn't end there. Your job ends when your successor is successful. Then our facilitators did a wonderful job. I give you the right. Reach out to any of them as you will. Go ask for support. If they need to give you resources, if you need to reach out to us, please do reach out to any of us. We will be available to support you. We wish you all a successful tenure And I want our PQD on the call to say something. Usually when you go and there's a higher person in the house, you would want to enter that ride. Without entering her car, I don't think we will get to where we're going. So Madam PQD, please take us home already.
So thank you very much. I think for today, I was also part of the participants, part of the learners, and learning never ends. So every time we have the opportunity, there's something that we pick from each session. So I'd just like to, on behalf of the district, say a very big thank you to our moderators, our facilitators, and everyone that has been on this call. Today is a Saturday. Some people are supposed to attend weddings and other things. However, he who fails to plan, plans to fail. And one of the ways we plan is by having our club officers training. Remember that it's just 2 we have in a year. So after now, the next one is going to be in 2027. So you will have all the time to execute what you have learned. Thank you so much, everybody. And remember, your district is #1 district in the world. And one of the ways you can sustain that momentum is to implement everything that you have learned, that all the hours that we have spent here is not in vain. Thank you, Madam Chair, and everyone on the call. God bless you. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please do have a restful Saturday and see you when we have to convene again. Toastmaster Adenike, is that you?
Thank you, everyone. Enjoy the rest of the Saturday.
Thank you, Jolly
everyone. Thank you for the opportunity, ma'am. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Bye. My celebrity Toastmaster Agolo. Bye, everyone. These are PP Talk. Bye.
Mama,
Bye. Take
Mama,
care.
Good to see you. Is that you, really?
She's the one
driving.
Okay, then.
Thank
you, everyone. God bless. Have a great day and a new month.
God bless
you too. Good to see you. Good to hear your voice. Bye.
Yeah.